All right. Okay. So welcome everyone, or good evening, good afternoon, depending where you are. We're going to do here just now. Okay, perfect. I'm back. Going to start here a review of the content of CFA Level I material. All materials starting from QM, Quantitative Methods, and going all the way and finishing in Portfolio Management, Level 1, okay? I will not address the concept of or the topic of ethics here in this live. The topic of ethics, we're going to do a separate live just for that topic, okay? So I'm going to start with quantitative methods. I have no idea how long this live is going to go, okay? At least few hours, okay, to cover all the material, maybe more. I don't know, okay? So if you can stay until the end, great. I'm going to open for questions at the end. If not, then this will be recorded and posted in the YouTube channel of the course, okay? All right. So welcome everybody. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Henriquecezar. I am the instructor of the night. I have been a CFA charter holder, or I have earned the CFA charter holder for a while now, and I have been teaching this subject included in the exam for over 20 years. Right? I've been a university professor, which most of the subjects I taught included the material. So I'm very comfortable teaching the material. I feel that I can help you achieving the goal of passing this exam. The idea here in the live tonight, it's not, give you the secret ingredient so you can pass just watching a live of a couple hours. That's not the idea. The idea is just to review the points. And if something here kind of like, oops, I don't remember that, or oops, I haven't seen this, then go back in the material and check, do a comprehensive review of those topics that you don't feel comfortable. That's the idea of the live tonight. All right, good, everybody here? All right, so let's start it. I'm going to start with the material of quantitative methods, and then I'll go and move forward. All right, any questions you may ask in your own language? I know we have the audience here that speaks different language. That's fine. I'd rather you do it then on the chat. Just write it down in your own language, that's fine. And I will answer the question as they pop up here on my chat, right? You can do that. All right, so let's go. All right, and you let me know if you don't see what I expect you to see, okay? You don't see what I expect you to see, that's funny. All right. Oh, and someone else just arrived. All right, friends. So let's start here with the quantitative methods outline, right? The topics that you need to know for the exam. So I'm going to give you the names of the topics, and I'm going to go one by one. Okay. So let's do it. Learning module 1, TVM. Make sure that you know how to use your calculator. Learning module 2, organizing data. That's the part of the graph visualization, right? That's the part of the quantiles, the quartiles, the deciles, the locate a number in a range, or even find the interquartile range. Those are the possible questions that you could face here. Of course, I'm not exactly sure which questions you're going to get, but I'm predicting, if I was going to create a question about this learning module, those are the questions I would create for you. Learning module 3, probability concepts. Okay, probability concepts, it's basic probability. And here we're going to focus, or I suggest you to focus on the formula, the Bayes formula. That formula, the probability of an event happening given new information. Right? That formula might appear. Something related to decision trees may appear. What is the probability of 2 events happening? Right? Two events happen given that another event happened. That type of thing. Learning module 4 and 5, I would combine in one big module, although it's divided in 2 modules here for you, right? We have probability distribution. Here you need to know the normal distribution. You need to know the t-distribution. You need to know the log normal distribution, You need to know, at least know about the F distribution and the chi-square distribution. Those are the probability distributions, okay? The most important one for level 1 are T and Z, okay, which is the normal distribution. So those are the probability distribution. And it explains here the concept, right? Sampling estimation, believe me, I mean, if you get a question from this learning module, it will be for you to find maybe the confidence interval that includes an expected value. So let's say I'm expecting a value of 5%, right? What is the interval? What is the range that number will be with a certainty of my choice? Let's say 95% or 99%, okay? The questions here might not show up numerically. They might show up like in a logical way. For example, right? If we increase the sample size, what happened to the confidence interval? Increase, decrease, stays the same. If we increase the confidence level, what happened to the interval? And so on and so forth. So be ready for those type of questions as well. The one that we're going to ask you something related to a formula, if you consider this as a formula, right? The confidence interval, but not necessarily to use the formula. That might be the same case for the dividend growth model when you arrive on equity. They might ask you a question related to the Gordon model, right? If we increase the required return, what happened to the price? If we increase the dividends, what happened to the price? So be ready for those type of questions. That you not necessarily need to calculate anything. You're going to have to understand and show that you understand what the question is asking, the logic behind, the uses, right? The pros, the cons, all that stuff. All right, friends, finishing with my opinion, the two most important learning modules of quantitative methods: hypothesis testing and linear regression, right? Especially linear regression. Linear regression, it's important for two reasons. A, will be in your exam with high probability. Correct. That's my prediction. Excuse me. And in linear regression, besides being a material that will be in your exam, or with high probability, because I don't know which question will be in your exam, this is it's a topic that will be 50% on your level 2 Theorem material. 50% will be on linear regression. So if you do a good job now, understanding what it is, understanding the assumptions, understanding the violation of those assumptions, what's the problem that this can cause, one is a good model, one is a bad model, this is going to be very helpful for you when you arrive on level 2, okay? And hypothesis testing, again, will be material level 2. Obviously, hypothesis test is very, very, let me rephrase that. It's getting more and more importance in the exam. I've noticed in the hypothesis testing, the content, the questions on the ecosystem, on few mock exams, they are being more present. Therefore, we may expect some questions related to the hypothesis test in your exam. Okay, well, that's the overview of the topics. Now, one idea is that you do the learning outcomes of all those modules. Okay, go one by one, the learning outcomes, right on the first page of the official material. Take a look on the summary of those readings and do as many questions as you can possibly find. Now, if you're going to do the exam next week or the week after, it's too late. Now you should be focused on mock exams only, and only those difficult questions, the points that you still need to do some kind of extra work. All right, let's go one by one, quick. Learning module 1 to 7. I'm going to focus on the important points. Then you're going to move on to economics, which is the second topic in the order that was presented to you on the official material. It does not necessarily mean it will be the order in your exam. By the way, in your exam, you can do it any session you want right away. I always, I don't know, maybe it become like a superstition after that, I guess, or something like, But in the first exam, I decided to do it in the normal order, okay? That was not efficient. When I did the second exam, then I actually decided, no, I'm going to start with the sessions that I want to get rid of it immediately. So boom, right away, I started doing derivatives and fixed income. That's my preference, right? And I leave the topics that I have more, that was easier, that was doing very well in the ecosystem to the end, right? And obviously controlling the time. This is just a motivational factor. Some people kind of like would probably benefit from this. So getting rid of the questions from the topics that you're not super comfortable in the beginning, and then just leave the other ones that you're more comfortable to the end. That might be a motivational strategy for few of you that might work. All right, friends, let's go. So first module on QM is TVM, time value money. So is the use of the calculator. So I'm going to go quick here because I'm sure, and I hope everyone is comfortable using one of the two official calculators, the Texas or the AHP 12C or the 12C Platinum. What? Let's see. I would advise you to be comfortable with the questions with end of the year and beginning of the year. So pay attention on those. Because if the payments are made in the beginning of the year, the investment is made in the beginning of the year, the withdrawals are made in the beginning of the year, then you're going to have to set your calculator on the begin mode, right? Beginning includes one extra period, and you have to delay a little bit. So there will be a difference on the calculation. Annuity dues, be careful with the annuity dues. If the payments are made in the beginning or if the payments are made at the end. Leasing contracts. The lease contracts I mentioned here, this is going to be more level 2 in my opinion, but lease contracts, usually the present value of the lease payments are done at the beginning of the period. But this will be obviously, at least I hope, strongly hope, and I'm almost positive it will be stressed in the problem. That will be a beginning. They're going to probably there. So remember the lease, noting the leasing contracts usually, or in this case, will be the payments will be done at the beginning of the period. Well, that's it. That's enough for you to set your calculation as the begin mode. So remember that, right? So remember your annuities, your perpetuities. I don't think you're going to get any perpetuity question here. I don't think you're going to get an annuity question in QM, but I believe you could get this in fixed income, and I believe you could get a perpetuity in equity. So it's good to understand what they mean, right? Multiple cash flows. What do you do when you have to discount multiple cash flows? Use the NPV formula with an initial investment of 0. So you do an NPV formula with a initial investment equals to 0, you can do, the calculator can do the computation, the add or the present value of multiple cash flows with different values. Cash flows with positive and negative, be careful. That's going to be a situation when you're going to see corporate issuers regarding the internal rate of return, the IRR. Be careful with that one, plus and minus. The net present value formula will give you, should be no problem, independently of the sign, if the cash flow is positive or negative. In the rate of returns, yes, you might get some questions related to rate of returns, time-weighted return, money-weighted return. Remember the money-weighted return? That's probably, I don't know, might be a prediction of mine that the money-weighted return could be, the money-weighted return could be in your exam. The time-weighted return maybe, but the time-weighted is the geometric average. The money-weighted return is the internal rate of return of an investment. So you need to find the internal rate of return of investment, given how much you put it, how much each year, how much money was in that account, and then figure it out at the end, what was the money-weighted return. And I go further. I think you should know that why we have the time-weighted and why or when, not much why, but when would make more sense to use the time-weighted, when would make more sense to use the money-weighted, and when would make more sense for you to use the holding period of return, the HPY, or holding period yield. All right. Another thing that I believe you could face, remember, it's 180 questions on your exam. So if we multiply that by 10%, we have 18 questions. Well, quantitative methods will have 15%. So we're looking here, what, 28, maybe 30 questions. I wouldn't be surprised if you get 30 questions of QM, okay? Because now they have the range of the weights. That could be from 12 to 15, from 18 to 20, 15, etc. Then you have to kind of like get a sense of more or less how many questions would you get in that exam related to this topic, and then try to do a comprehensive work. What do you think it's going to be more difficult, or the topics that you have more difficulties with, etc. Okay? All right, reminding you that there are topics that we have, or modules, or topics, I would prefer the words, corporate issuers, derivatives, and alternative investments. They're going to have very low weight, but do not underestimate those topics, especially derivatives and alternative investments. That's going to follow you on level 2 and level 3. Level 3, you're going to need to demonstrate that you know derivatives. You do, okay? You're going to have to. So do a good job this starting on level 1 also, even though there will be low probability of that question appear on your exam, or many questions appear on exam, or even further. If you get 0 points in derivatives, you can still pass the exam with flying colors, right? But don't think that way, okay? Don't think that way, because you're going to need it later on, this foundation that you're going to get here from level 1. All right, friends, I also predict that you could get a timeline question on the TVM, okay? You could also, I'm going to show an example of a timeline question very quickly. And then I also think you could get a effective annual rate question, where you have to understand the change of the frequencies where the compounding happens. And then you have to calculate that annual return that effectively measures the frequency of compounding that's not annual. Okay, so remember that. All right, so I'm going to choose one of the problems here, for example, and then move on. But that's the one here. Look, that's an example questions timeline. Take a look on the timeline before you take a look on the example. Right? Look at this. I have something happen in the future. 4 bars here, right? 1, 2, 3. Actually, I have 5 bars. I have 1 too much. There you go. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 bars. Yeah? And then I have this symbol here that kind of putting them together. Right? Then I have this other symbol here that's kind of putting them together. What I'm trying to explain here is the following. If I want to, I said, if the question was, create a problem that may use or could use this timeline here, then the answer would be, someone is going to need 4 payments in the future, right? And I need to know how much money I have to put aside today. Look at that. So I can arrive there in the future with that amount that I needed to cover the 4 payments. 1 here, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. There we go. I just create a problem that would fit on this timeline. What you're going to have to do in the exam is the opposite. In the exam, you're going to have to read the problem and create the timeline. Okay, so that's an example of a college tuition that's going to happen in the future, 16 years from now. The person will have to find payments to pay the university 4 years in a row, 25,000 on year 1, and then this cost will increase a little bit year after year. Okay, then the question is, how much should be put aside today or at the end of the year? See, this is the key word here, friend. At the end of the year. That means you don't need to set your calculator on the begin. No, you can just do it normally in the end mode. All right, 15 equal payments. So there you go. Now I need to know 15 equal payments starting a year from now, at the end of the year. So I use the end mode. So I can figure out how much money I need in the 16 years from now. And that amount has to be sufficient to pay for the college tuition in the next 4 years. There we go. So this type of question, I maybe expect one on your TVM, on your quantitative method question. Why not? Right? You have, like I said, you have 25 questions for sure in quantitative method, maybe 30. Right? That could be one of those. All right. So there you go. That's TVM. Okay. I'm going to just show this example very quickly here. This is a classical example that you're going to see in fixed income. just for you to see, is the reinvestment of the coupons of a bond, okay? So that might be something that you might have to show knowledge in fixed income, okay? So every time an investor receives the coupon, the investor could immediately reinvest the coupon in an interest rate and earn interest, right? That's the idea behind return on bond investments. Don't have that idea that we buy bonds just to receive the cash flow because you need to pay something. Yes, a lot of people buy bonds for that purpose. Cash flow management, fine. But here would be an investment point of view. You take the money, just put in the bank for whenever you need. Let's see, there's a question on the chat. Yeah, unfortunately, I said this at the beginning, this will be in English. There is a Portuguese version already on the platform. Get in touch with me directly, and I will send you the link, okay? Yeah, this one is just to make it for a broader audience, and also to emphasize the points of the exam, keywords and things like that. I found it would be more comfortable to do that in English. Okay, so apologies for those that are expecting a live in their native language. Okay. Right. So back here, friends, the $700 in this example, that's a fixed payment of a fixed income bond, is immediately reinvested. The key point for this problem, that's what I want to say, is you're going to take 1 year for you to receive that money. So when you receive it, how many more years do you have until the maturity of that type? So be careful, because if the bond is for 5 years and you receive the coupon on year 1, you're going to reinvest the coupon for 4 years, okay? Or in this case here, there's a 4-year bond, but we reinvested for 2 years. And the third $700 we reinvested for 1 year. One comment here: if the internet is not operating properly, might crash, just hold there. I have a backup plan, and I will immediately come back with a different internet, and it will be fine. So I'm testing this one for now. So again, just let you know. Okay, there we go. So remember, reinvesting, you have to grow the amount in the future for the number of years of that period. Friends, I'm moving to the learning module 2, okay? So organizing, visualizing, describing data, okay? So I would even put it here, review OLOS, all learning outcomes, okay? Review the vocabulary, understand what is a frequency distribution, understand what is a contingence table, how to visualize the information in a graph. What is the measures of central tendency? What is a central tendency? Central is middle, in the middle. So I need the average. Those are measures of central tendency. Okay, average, expect medians, means, modes, all of those. Quintiles or quintiles and quartiles. You're going to have to be comfortable reading the table. Measures of dispersion. What is a dispersion? Dispersion is a deviation from the expectation. Well, the dispersion means variance, standard deviation. Skewness and kurtosis. Explain to yourself, what is skewness? What is kurtosis? What is the problem of kurtosis? What is the problem of skewness or skewness? And what is the correlation? Remember, what is the correlation between two variables? What is the covariance of two variables? But please, I mean, again, I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling that you're not going to have to compute the covariance using the covariance formula that you probably have seen when you're studying, right? That has to do the difference between the average and the expected value of each variable. And then you have to add, and then you have to divide it by the number of observations to get what you call the covariance of the two variables. I found a little bit too much. You have 1.5 minutes on average to do each question. Some questions you're going to have 10 seconds to do it, right? Some questions you might have 2 minutes to do it, but on average will be 1.5 minutes, right? So if you notice a question that you're approaching and just by looking and you say, oh my God, it's going to take me 5 minutes to do it, you're having the wrong approach, okay? You have to rethink how to answer the question. Something is there and you're not seeing. A variable is there that you're not seeing. A way to get a variable that you need to put in a formula, it's there and you don't see it. That's something that's going to take could cost you some minutes, right? So you have to use strategies on this case. My opinion, you will not face too many calculation questions. I would say about 20 to 25% of the exam will be calculation level 1. Most of the questions will be conceptual questions, okay? All right, let's see. For example, this is the example here. This is a contingents table. It's a contingents. What? It shows some variables, in this case are the managers, right? And performance. So it's contingent to them. And then you have here the numbers, could be a grade or could be the return on an investment. And then you have here what you call the contingents table for observation. Okay? So what can you conclude by looking at this table? What about this one? What do you conclude by looking at this table? You might get questions that I call look at the table questions. Then you have to look at the table and you have to put the information is right there. It's right in the table. You just have to find it, right? So get comfortable with questions that might require you to look at the table. Right, data visualization. I want to call your attention for this because since the introduction of machine learning and big data analysis or big data projects in the exam level 1, we're giving a lot of emphasis in several different readings, level 1, level 2, about the visualization of information. So I think it's a good idea for you to go over those charts. What is a histogram? What is a bar chart? A word cloud? A line chart? A tree map? And a heat map? Okay, just take a look and see if you can get the information. For example, this is a word cloud. What does it mean? What is this information given to you? You might face even an easy question. They give you like a word cloud and ask you, okay, according to the graph above, finance is the most important word in that data. Or public is the least favorable one. Or, finance and management equally are important words in that data set. Anyway, that's the size of the letter or the size of the word will indicate how important the word is or how many times or the frequency that the word shows up, and then could be meaningful for someone analyzing the data, right? Look at the heat map, okay? The heat map, they have this little area here where it's cold and hot, could be red in some place. And then here you can see by the color that if it's blue, it's a low number, and if it's yellowish, reddish, orangish, it's a higher number. And that indicates what? You take a look what is on the y-axis here. Those are the type of investments, and this is the category. Or this is the industry, and that's the market cap of each one. All right, and this is the scatter plot. Very important scatter plot for linear regression. Scatter plot gives you an information here how the correlation of the variables are. All right, friend, moving on. Don't forget your measures of central tendency, your arithmetic mean, geometric, harmonic, maybe. Harmonic mean is good for avoiding outliers, right? Because the harmonic does the inverse of the observation, right? So if the observation is 1 trillion, right? Or negative 1 trillion. If you do the inverse, you get a very tiny little number, right? Which will not then impact much on a data set where it's negative 1 trillion or positive 1 trillion is unexpected. Okay? All right. Weighted average was the one with the weights. All right. So maybe some difference between the arithmetic and geometric mean might be important, reminding you the arithmetic mean is always the highest, maximum equal to the other two, okay, in that order. But you might get a question related to quartile, quintiles, and deciles, percentiles, because that's how you're going to have to read your score when the CFA Institute sends to you, right? You're going to get there the minimum passing score, you're going to get the median, you're going to get the streams, right? The top 10, the bottom, so you can see exactly how you perform. This has to talk to you. You need to read this, see this, and detect the information that this model here is called the box and whisker plot is given to you, right? So they're not going to write median here. They might put a number there, right? But if you don't know that that line on the whisker plot is the box, actually, the whisker is the numbers out, the lines outside. This is the whisker. The box, what is this 100? Right? In the box, in the exhibit A above, 100 is the median, the mean, the mode, the quartile, the interquartile range, right? There we go. So, and the question here also could be, what is the interquartile? Well, you have to take the upper and subtract the lower. But if you don't know that, you miss the question, okay? You might get the upper extreme and subtract the lower extreme. That's the range, okay? So be careful. Those names, make sure that you kind of like know what they mean. What is the range? What is the interquartile, okay? The question could show up in a little version of this. Look at that. A little version of this, friends, when you get the beans and you have to find the quartiles, the quintiles, the deciles, right? So if it's quartiles, divide in 25 portions of 25%, divided in 4. So if it's quintiles, divided in 5 portions, 5 parts, okay? So the questions that you could get could be identify what is the 10th and the 9th or the 8th percentile. What is the 3rd quintile? What is the 2nd quartile? What is the median? Median, not mean, median, okay? What is the interquartile range? Well, everything can be taken from this box here, okay? So this is those are not given in one observation, those are given in ranges of observations from highest to lowest, called lower bound, upper bound. And if you divide it here, you have 20 numbers, and you see each one of those colors represent 1/4, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the whole observation. So each color here from bin 1 to bin 5 is the 1st quartile. Now look at my last quartile. What is the interquartile range? Inter is in the middle. So those two guys here, okay? So you take the highest number here and the lowest number, right? And that's your range, okay? So those informations are very useful in our observation and conclusions of the data set. You might get, I don't think so, but you might get a question where you have to find the position of a number in this data set, okay? So you're going to have to use that linear interpolation, okay? Linear interpolation is the number that you get, then you have to do plus the difference in location multiplied by the difference on the observation, okay? If you don't remember how to do linear interpolation, I think this is not going to be in the exam. And if it is, if you already done a problem like that, you can do by using common sense. You don't need to do the interpolation, right? So if the position is the position is number 14.9. They calculate location 14.9. What is the value of the location 14.9? I don't know. But I know the location of the 14, and I know the location of the 15. I know the 14.9 is very close to the bin 15. The numbers have to be very close to this. Guessing, then I would have here 59 or 58 to 59. that will be the position 14.9. So use your common sense if something like that show up and you don't remember the formula. Okay? Location, okay? Where it would be. And then guess accordingly, like I just did. All right, measures of dispersion, so deviations, downside deviation, coefficient of variation, which is the standard deviation divided by the mean. Okay? Like I said, I don't think the formula for the standard deviation would be in the exam. Right? When you have to do the differences between observations and average, square, then you apply the probabilities, add, then divide, or then that's your variance, and then do the square root, and you get the standard deviation. I think that would be too much. Okay. But understand what is downside deviation. You're going to need it for portfolio management, okay? There is a ratio. The Sortino ratio is a ratio that deals with downside deviation. So if you don't know what downside deviation is, it might be difficult for you to understand what's coming after. All right. Skewness and kurtosis, important. You could get a question on that. What is skewness? What is kurtosis? So skewness is when the normal distribution is not centered, right? So it's like when the distribution, shouldn't even say normal, when the distribution, it's not centered. So it's bouncing around. Could be negative if it's pushing to the negative side, or could be positive skewed if it's pushing to the positive side. What are the problems with skewness? Well, if you have positive skewness, the mean will be higher than the median. They will be higher than the mode, okay? If you have negative skewness, you have the mean lower than the median, lower than the mode, okay? Could be a question. If you have zero skewness, they are centered, median, mean, and mode, all the same. Okay. All right, kurtosis now. Kurtosis is the tails, okay? So just think about the tails that take longer to touch the X. I know those tails are never going to touch the X. If you study mathematics, I understand what you're thinking now. But imagine that one day you will. Well, if one day the line here, the tail will touch the X, right? The longer tail is going to take a longer time to touch the X. That's excess kurtosis. Excess kurtosis is a distribution where the tail is so long, it's so long, that's going to take a while to touch the X variable, meaning I'm including a larger number of outliers if I use a distribution that has kurtosis. Okay? That's the idea. The normal distribution has a kurtosis of 3. That's your famous plus and minus 3 standard deviations. 3 standard deviations to the right, 3 standard deviations to the left. That covers 99% of the normal distribution. That's the kurtosis of the normal distribution, the number of standard deviations to the left. Now, the distribution that has a longer tail will have what? Kurtosis higher than 3, 3.5, 3.8, right? Because the tail is longer, okay? So the problem is not kurtosis. The problem is excess kurtosis or negative kurtosis. Okay? If you want to memorize those names, platykurtic, mesocurtic, leptocurtic, go ahead, okay? And here I just want to tell you one thing. The curve in the middle is the normal. The curve on the top is the leptocurtic, is the one with the longer tails, and the curve in red has shorter tails, which is also a problem, okay? So that's the idea. Just reminding you here that the distribution T, it's leptocurtic in relation to the normal distribution. In other words, the distribution T distribution has longer tails than the normal distribution. This could be a question as well. All right, understand what correlation is, okay? And understand the relationship between correlation and covariance, okay? And covariance. All right, let's move on. Well, actually, let me say one thing. There is a formula that you might want to put in your pocket, which is if I have the covariance, how do I get the correlation? Or if I have the correlation, how do I get the covariance? All right, so reminding you, if you take the covariance of 2 variables, divided, and then divided by the standard deviation of one of those variables multiplied by the standard deviation of the other variable, you get the correlation of those variables. So in other words, the correlation is the covariance adjusted for the standard deviation of the variables. That could be a question on an open type of question. All right. Question here. Oh, wait, there's a question here. Could you revise the difference between kurtosis and tail events? Okay. Yes, absolutely. Let's go back there. That's a good question. Let's talk about tail events. Okay. What is a tail event? Think about this. Think about the middle number here. Okay. Having is your average. That's the expected value. So you're expecting 5% return on average. Okay. If the distribution is normal, what would be your expectation? The worst expectation at the most would be like, okay, I'm expecting 5%. Well, it can go 3 standard deviations to the left is the worst it could happen. 3 standard deviations to the left. So let's say just for simplicity here, the standard deviation is 1%. Then I could expect what? The worst I could expect is 2%. 2%, 8%, 5% is right in the middle. So there you go. I'm going to imagine that you don't have a normal distribution. You have a leptokurtic, you have a T distribution, one that has longer tails. Then your range of expectation will be higher, will be bigger. Will not be from 2 to 8 with the 5 in the middle. Might be from 0 to 10 with the 5 in the middle. And that's a risk, and that's a problem, right? So for risk management, that could be a big problem, right? If you do your predictions of risk management using the normal distribution, you're predicting, oh, the maximum we're going to lose is 3 million. But if your distribution was actually, in fact, with more kurtosis, more tail longers, your losses could be higher than 3 million, could be 4, 5, etc. So that's the problem. That's the question. That's the point that we have to make about those tail analysis, right? I don't know if I answered the question exactly how you want it, but if I didn't, just let me know again, I'll do it. So let's see. Yeah, that's the risk, okay? That's when you're asking here, what is it creates more risk? That's because of that. The risk of losing, so in risk management, the risk of losing a minimum amount in a given day will be not properly calculated if you assume normality and there is not normality. All right, back here. Let's go now to the probability concept. This one I'm going to go quick. You're going to have to remember the calculations of independent and dependent events. If it's independent and you need both events to happen, you multiply the events, the probability of each one to happen. If they're dependent, you need both. Then you have to calculate the probability of one given the other times the probability of the other. Now, I don't know how much you need to remember those formulas, because if you know how to use the probability tree, that's exactly what you're going to see there. No, those are the branches, and more branches in the expectations that you have that indicates the independent and dependent events. So imagine here a decision tree, the 2 first events are independent, but once they happen, right, then each other event will be dependent on the previous one. Okay, so the tree will give you very much this idea what's written there. All right. If you don't need both, but you need one or the other, then you add the probabilities if they are independent, and then you add the probability and subtract the probability of both happens at the same time if they are dependent. Quick example, I wanted the probability of people that read the Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times. So probability of people reading only the Wall Street Journal plus the probability of people reading only the Financial Times minus the probability of those people that read both. There you go. That's a dependent scenario. All right. Expected value, I hope everybody knows how to compute, is just the weight times the value expected, and then you compute your weighted average, or expected value is different weights. And to calculate the deviation, I just give it here quick. You take the difference between the expected, in this case it was 13, subtract from the average, 1175. That's what we call the deviation. That's what inside the parentheses here. If you square the deviation, you eliminate the negative deviations. And then when you multiply by the probability of happening, each deviation, you get and add, you have your variance. Take the square root of the variance, and you get your standard deviation. I do not predict you have to do that calculation in the exam, but you need to understand what deviations are. That's the form of the correlation that I gave it to you before. Covariance divided by standard deviation times the other standard deviation. Okay? You might want to know a little bit about the covariance matrix or the correlation matrix, where you have always the number 1 in the middle, and the numbers below are equal to the number above. Okay? And you have n times n minus 1 divided by 2 number of distinct correlations in a table. And again, I just try to include everything here, but again, I found very specific this question. Bayes formula, friends. Bayes formula. Okay? Probability of an event given the new information arrived, it's equal to, well, you have to memorize this formula. Okay? You have to memorize this formula. Try to see this way. Probability of A given B is equal to the probability of, invert now, B given A times the probability of A divided by the probability of B. Okay? But in any event, you need to memorize this formula and you need to know how to use. What will be an example? Example is this. Given that there is a recession, what is the probability that the earnings per share of that company will go down, given that there is a recession? Right? Well, then you have to do the probability of the recession given that the earnings went down, right? Times the probability of the recession divided by the probability of earnings going down. Okay? So you have to do few problems of the Bayes formula to be more comfortable. Combinations and permutations, I don't know if it's going to be there, but make sure that you do a quick review. If you have to do a combination, right? What is the formula, right? That's n factorial divided by n minus p factorial divided by times p factorial. Okay. Oh, missing here. There you go. Times p factorial. All right. Well, that's it for probability concepts. Probability distribution, I'm going to just touch that you need to know the difference between a discrete distribution, which is called binomial distribution, a discrete distribution that only accepts round numbers and positives, let's say. So, for example, the probability that a gas station will get 10 vehicles that day to put gas in the tank, 10 vehicles. Well, I cannot have 11.5 vehicles, 11.1 vehicles, 9.3, 3.1. I have to have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. That's giving a sense of discrete probability. Now, the contrary of discrete probability is the continuous probability. The probability continue, that has a continuous line. So infinite numbers could be the answer. So, for example, what is the probability of a company that sells, let's say, clothing per square yard? Square yards of clothing. So the manufacturer does that. Well, I can do 1.1, 1.3 square yards, 1.357 square yards. I can do so many different. Then you have to use a continuous distribution to predict whatever you want to predict using the distribution. The distributions were created to help the financial analyst, in this case, to predict something with certain accuracy. That's the idea. All right. You might want to take a look on this. Approximately 50% of observations on a normal distribution, the population is 2/3 of standard deviation from it. 68% of the distribution lies in one standard deviation to the left, one to the right. 99% it's about 3 standard deviations to the left, 3 to the right. That's the kurtosis of the normal distribution. All right, let's go to number 4, probability distribution. Well, that's the questions here. Just I put a couple examples here, but I'm not going to do it for the lack of time. It could be like a limitation Monte Carlo simulation, right? Which of the following statements about the student T distribution is false? So if you don't know your distributions, if you're not 100% sure when to use this, when to use that, you need to do a review. All right, sampling, okay? Sampling. So the first point about sampling is the central limit theorem. You need to know what it is. It means it doesn't matter how the population is distributed, normal and not normal, no distribution at all. If you remove a sample relatively large from that distribution, that sample, it's considered to be normal distributed, okay? So you can assume normality in a large sample that you're taking from a population that you don't know, much about, right? The population variance. So the variance, the sample, the average of that sample, the mean of that sample is similar to the mean of the population. That's assumed. But the variance of that sample is the variance of the population divided by the number of observations. Okay, that's the sample. The sample has to be relatively large for the central limit theorem to work. Okay. Now, if your sample is small, or you don't know the variance of the population, then you're going to have to use the T distribution, okay? So if you don't know when to use the T distribution or the normal distribution, you're going to have to review that. But don't forget the formula of the standard error, okay? That's I call the standard deviation of the sample. The standard deviation of the sample instead is called the standard error, which is the standard deviation, okay, divided by the square root of n, okay? Be careful. Here we saw variance divided by n. Here is the same thing, variance divided by n. How do I know that? Well, take this, square this term here. Sigma times sigma is sigma square. Square root of n times square root of n equals to n. It goes back to that form, okay? So that's what we call the standard error of a sample, or the standard deviation of a sample, the error. This you're going to need for interval, confidence of interval, the error. Let's see. That's the confidence interval here, okay? Take a little. Okay, so look at that. What is the confidence interval? Very simple. It's not complicated. It's the average plus or minus reliability times variability. That's the definition of the interval. What is reliability? Is the critical value. What is variability? It's the standard error. So if I multiply critical value times standard error, I have a factor that I'm going to add and subtract from the mean to create the interval, to get the range, okay? So the reliability is the critical value that's usually given on the problem. With a 95% confidence, degrees of freedom, the critical value is 2.5, 1.96, whatever. Variability is the error, standard error, and you're usually going to have to calculate that. Multiply, add, subtract from the mean, and you get your interval. I have a couple examples here, but I'm going to skip just in sake of time. All right, friends, let's go now to the last point of, what do you call here? The last topics of QM. Hypothesis test and linear regression. Let's go to the hypothesis test. It's important that you understand the steps. There are 6 steps in a hypothesis test. Stating the hypothesis. Usually the H0, which is your null hypothesis, is what you want to reject. So think about something that you want to reject. That's your H0, okay, when you state it. Then identify which distribution you're going to use. Do you have a large sample? All right. Can you apply the theorem, the central limit theorem? Right. So use the normal. I have an unreliable sample, a small sample, a variance unknown, use the t-distribution. Now, for level 1 only, when to use the f and the chi-square distribution? Answer, for variance analysis. So you have to do variance, differences of two expected values. Well, not expected value, that's actually, you can use it, but two variance, the variance of the dependent variable and the variance of the independent variable with each other in a linear regression. For example, is a typical use of the f and the chi-square. So just remember, if it's not a test, a hypothesis test for expected value, then you use the f or the chi-square, okay, for level 1. If it's a test for expected value, 99% of the time you're going to use the t-statistics, then the normal statistics, the normal distribution, but it could be either or. Once you define the distribution, find the significance level that you want to use in the test, and then find the critical value. Well, those are the 4 steps. Then, only on step 5, you're going to collect the data, you perform your test to compare to the critical value, and if it's the critical value that you calculated, and the test that you calculated is higher than the critical value, you reject any hypothesis that you stated right there in the beginning. But if the test that you computed has a lower number than the critical value, then you fail to reject any hypothesis. That's the decision, and it's done on step 6. So go over the steps of rejecting a hypothesis, okay? Go over the errors. What is an error type 1? What is an error type 2? Okay, make sure that you know. I'll give you a quick example. I was a professor for many years, right? And I was a professor that really never enforced or never liked to enforce attendance. Sometimes you had to, but if it was up to me, I wouldn't. So when the student come to me with an excuse for missing a class, I would accept any excuse and just would not give you the absence, right? Which type of error I was committing by doing that? By being too flexible, by accepting all the excuses, right? I was not rejecting, one would be false, right? Because some of those excuses could be false, and I was accepting those excuses. That I was committing error type 2. Now, a colleague of mine was the opposite. It was very strict, or someone that would like to see doctor's notes and other proofs, and very strict regarding the to give or not an absence for a student. Well, that colleague could be committing type error 1 or being too strict, because he could be rejecting some excuse that were true for missing his class. It was a he at that time. All right, so there you go. Type 1, type 2. There you go. Let's come up with an example that makes sense to you and take it for the exam with you. Look, here is just how we do an analysis of a hypothesis, okay? Graphically. If it's outside the range of the distribution that you chose, you reject the hypothesis. If inside the range, which is in the middle, then you fail to reject. You see this number here, 2.086? Forget the negative. The negative means the number is on the left of the mean. 2.086 positive means it's on the right. Forget the negative. This number 2086 is your critical value. If you do a calculation and get a number higher than 2.086, you're going to reject any hypothesis that you make. How do you do the t-test calculation? You might need to know this. Is the value that you expect, that's the B1 hat, minus the value on the hypothesis. So I expect it to be higher than 0. That will be 0. Divided by the standard error. And that's give you a t. And if that t is higher than 2.086, you reject the hypothesis. All right. For the f and the chi-square, just know that they exist and when they couldn't be used. I put this here just in case. If you want to do a test for correlation of two variables, then you're going to have to use this t-test, this formula here, not this. Okay? Could be. I'm not saying that's not going to be in the exam a test for, or explaining or understanding a test for correlation. Okay? The test for correlation is done using a t-distribution. All right. Excuse me. I just want to point out to you that there was emphasizing in the QM material the difference between a parametric versus a non-parametric test. So I advise you to take a look, if I can put this there, on the differences between the parametric and the non-parametric tests, the explanation and an example. Parametric, you have the average, you have the standard deviation, you have all those parameters. Non-parametric, you don't have that. How do you make a test, a hypothesis on that scenario? Okay, so take a look. It might be something important here. All right, finally, friends, let's finish here with linear regression, okay? So linear regression, okay? I want focus is on this table here called the ANOVA table. Make sure that you are comfortable with the ANOVA table, okay? Make sure that you can take a look in here and find some information regarding the distribution, regarding your regression, okay? Question 1, where is the regression? Where is the regression? Now, where is your y equals a plus bx? The famous regression. Let's put one here. Y equals a plus bx. That's a regression analysis, but in the table, you're going to find your a and you're going to find your b. Where are they? Right there. Intercept is a coefficient, right there under coefficient. The coefficient of the intercept, which is the variable without the x, is 3.4. So look at that. Y, there you go, back here. Y equal, take there, 3.4, right at the table. I'm going to round it, 3.4. Minus, see the other coefficient called spending, that's your independent variable. Minus 0.0058. I'm going to round it by 0.0006. There you go. That's my regression right there. You might get a question like that you have to take a look at the table and find the regression. Maybe replace it. That's for missing the x, huh? Replacing the x with a variable, right? And finding the variable y. The dependent variable. Okay, that might be one thing. Second thing, how do you know if you want to do a test or hypothesis that the spending coefficient it's different than 0? Okay, it's very close to 0. Look at that, 0.000. It could be 0. If my data is not good enough, my sample is small, this number could be easily 0. I don't want a regression that looks like this. 0 plus 0x. I don't want a regression like that. That's a useless regression. So you need to test the hypothesis that the coefficient in front of the x, called the independent variable, that coefficient, it's not 0. And how do you do that test? Well, theoretically, you have to do this. And I said theoretically. Okay, right there. Up. There you go. Theoretically, you're going to have to do this. Okay, so the value that I found it minus the value that I don't want it to be, which is 0, divided by the standard error. Okay, so the difference between standard. But I don't need to do that because the ANOVA table does that for us. Right there on the ANOVA table, you can see that column here called T-stats, test stats. There's a number here, 31, and there's a number here that's negative 2.83 or 2.83. Then the problem would give you a critical value. If the critical value is lower than 31, you reject that a intercept is equal to 0. And then you're going to get another critical value or the same for the coefficient. If that critical value, okay, it's less than this one here that you just computed, you reject the hypothesis, okay? So let's assume that the critical value was 1.96. Here I see 2.83. It's much higher. I reject the hypothesis. Let's say my coefficient was 2.9. I got 2.83. It's less. I fail to reject. It's easily that you could face a question like that in the exam. All right. What else I can see here in the ANOVA table? The R square. What is the R square? 0.117, like 12% almost. That's the, you need to know. I think you need to know that for the level 1. Know how to calculate. The R square is the percentage of explanation that the variable X explains the variable Y. So what is the percentage of explanation offered by the independent variable in relation to the dependent variable, okay? So let's say this has to do with interest rates or inflation or some other kind of, So what would be the R squared? Is that 12% of the dependent variable is explained by spending. Spending explains 12% of the behavior of the dependent variable. That's a low explanation power. So you might have to answer questions like that too. All right. There's a lot of, there's a lot to talk about the ANOVA table that's on the level 1. So again, if this is still difficult for you, do a review. All right. All right. I'm going to finish that with those 3 types of linear regression models. The log-lin, the lin-log, and the log-log. You don't need to memorize this, in my opinion. Just maybe might gonna get some variables and you have to substitute in one of those models and find the answer. Be careful with the models that has the log. That's what I put here. If it's a log-lin, you're not gonna find the variable. You're not gonna find the dependent variable on your regression. You're gonna find the log, the natural log of that variable. Then you have to transform to find the variable. So be careful with those things. If they are logs, you're going to have to apply the log. All right, friends, I'm going to go to economics now, okay? Economics, we have those topics here. Supply and demand theory. So know your elasticity. Remember what happened to the price if the demand increase, if the supply decrease, supply increase. What makes demand to increase? What makes the supply to increase? If the income increases, what happened? Right? Well, what is the elasticity of between variables? Okay? Cost and market structures, we're talking about here. By the way, learning modules 1 and 2, it's microeconomics. Microeconomics. 3 to 8, macroeconomics. So obviously, microeconomics is going to show up in your exam. 30% chance? Maybe. So 30% all the economic questions could be just for learning module 1 and 2. Monopoly, oligopoly, monopolistic competition, perfect competition, the cost curves, want to minimize the cost, what is economy of scales, okay? And when you shut down a business, what is the rule to shut down a business? What is the rule of profit maximization? Those are classic questions in economics regarding microeconomics. Now, learning module 3 and 4, especially 4, I'm going to talk about what happens to the aggregated supply and aggregate demand, which is the demand for all goods and services and the supply of all goods and services. What happened depending on the cycle that the business are. So you're going to have to remember your business cycles here. And you have to remember the indicators of each business cycle. If it's a coincidental, lagging, leading indicator. Okay? There's a list on the official material for that. Learning module 5, relatively easy. It's fiscal and monetary policy. Learning module 6 definitely could be a question on your exam because it's the new module for 2023. Geopolitics, it's new. Maybe 2 questions. You're also expecting here 15%, 10 to 15%, right, on the exam. So we're talking about at least 20 questions, 20 to 25 questions on economics on your exam. International trade and exchange rates are classic modules. So here is the comparative advantage and the balance of payments. And the exchange rates, you need to understand the types of exchange rates, what makes an exchange rate to increase, to decrease, how to do basic calculation of interest rates. Let's go quick. So supply, demand, and elasticity. Here is the formulas. Elasticity of the demand, percentage change in quantity divided by the percentage change in price. Decided what's elastic, what's inelastic. Elastic if it's higher than 1. Supply, same formula. Income elasticity is the change in quantity divided by the change in income. It detects normal or inferior goods. And cross elasticity detects a substitute or a complement. Then is the change in a quantity of A divided by the change in price of B to get that. The calculation, if you have to do in the exam, I don't think you will, but if you have to, midpoint percentage change is the change in quantity divided by the average quantity. That's the example here. All right. The concept of total revenue and the elasticity. If the total revenue will decrease for companies that have elastic demand and they increase the price, and the opposite if they have inelastic demand. Cost behavior is important to understand. Why the cost or manufacturing costs have this shaping called the J shape here, especially the marginal cost. This is called economy of scales. Okay, economy of scales means you're always going to start high costs in the beginning. The cost will go down, and then they're going to turn around and they're going to increase and never going to stop increasing. That's called cost behavior, which creates this rule here that you have to remember for the exam, that the marginal revenue equal the marginal cost determines the optimum quantity to produce. Okay, optimum quantity to produce. Not exactly the optimum price, but the optimum quantity. So when a company needs to find what price to charge for the optimum quantity given by this rule, that's the process they do. Take a look. First, they find the MR equals MC, which is this point here, is the intersection of the two curves. That intersection determines the QM, the optimum quantity. Now take a look. They're going to take the QM and they're going to go to the demand curve now and see how much the buyers of that product will be willing to pay for that quantity. And that's the price that they choose. Okay, that's how they choose in the price. Profit maximization rule determines the optimum quantity, not the optimum price. Okay. All right. Market structure, I'm going to go quick here. You need to know the differences and similarities between perfect competition, oligopoly, monopoly, and monopolistic competition. Right? The main similarity is that the profit maximization rule for any structure, it's marginal revenue equals marginal cost. But then they're going to have difference on the barriers to enter, the type of products, the sellers, the price, etc. Market concentration was present on the reading, so just remember that there are two ways for the exam. In real life, there are others. Two ways to measure market concentration. The 4-company ratio, add the market shares of the top 4, or the Herfindahl-Hirschman index, which you do the square root of all market shares, add it and compare it in a table to see if there is concentration of industries there or not, there in that industry. Friends, macroeconomic indicators, okay? That's going to be heavy here on the economic theory. But again, I don't know how much, if this doesn't make much sense, then I don't know how much you should spend time now trying to understand this. But if this is something you feel comfortable, just remember, you could face this equation in the exam, means the X of savings and over investments equals government deficit, G minus T is government deficit, right? And trade balance, which is the export minus imports, okay? So what's saying here is to finance those two other components here. The equation of solos might not be in a level 1, but definitely is strong. But with more certainty, it will be on level 2. But that's here just in case, okay? Change in the output, it's a function of the change in technology, change in capital investments, and change in labor. Just remember the 3 magical ingredients for any country to produce more: technology, capital, and labor. Put all those 3 in a blender, and that's the change on the output. All right, business cycle, friends, business cycles, okay? Well, important to remember the shape of your business cycle, okay? Look at that. In the names, what is the expansion? What is the peak, recession, trough? What happens to the companies if there is a recession? Certain companies do very well under recession. Certain companies do very poorly during recession. How do you know if a company follows the business cycle? How do you know if the company is resistant to the business cycle, right? So again, those are the type of questions that I think could appear. Now, economic indicators, I could predict a question as well, okay, for the economic indicators. So take a look on the green line is the economic indicator line, and the blue line is the business cycle line. Usually the indicator precedes the business cycle. So it's kind of giving you some clues what's going to be the next phase of the business cycle. That's the indicators, okay? So you have a lot. I'm not going to go over every one, but you have leading indicators, lagging indicators, coincidental indicators. They're all well listed on the official material. Another point important for the business cycles is the credit cycle. This has to do with lending. When the financial institutes are being more propense to lend and less, that's going to be depending on the business cycle and the capacity the companies will have to pay back the loans. That's credit cycles. All right. What do you call it? The text here, the learning module, kind of mentions the Keynesian, monetarist, Austrian, and classic economic theories, okay? As an explanation of the business cycle and which policy recommend in each case. I don't know exactly how this question, I mean, actually, I kind of know how, I have an idea how this question could appear in your exam. I just don't know if you will. But if it does, just for precaution, take a look on the theories, Keynesian, monetarist, Austrian, classic. Take a look what is the explanation of business cycles under each theory, and what is the recommendation, because it could be a question, in my opinion. All right, good. So now let's finish with government policies, okay? Finish the learning module 5. I still need to do 6, 7, and 8. Economic policies, understand what is a fiscal policy, what is an automatic fiscal policy. That's when the federal government spends without being questioned. And the discretionary policy is when the federal government needs authorization of the legislative power to make a change. For example, if the government wants to increase taxes, decrease taxes, go over the spending limit, those are discretionary policies. Okay? Now, make sure that you understand the difference between expansionary and contractionary. Expansionary is to expand the economy. Contractionary is to contract an inflationary economy. And it could be demand side or supply side, could be demand side if the effort is to stimulate purchase, buyers, or if the purpose is to stimulate production, supply side, demand side. Monetary policy is the second type of policy, is the central bank, and you need to know the actions or the tools that the central bank can do or can use to control the money supply and control inflation and create growth, okay? Open market operations, buy and sell government securities. Understand that when it buys securities, it adds money in the economy. When the central bank sells securities to the banks, it removes money from the economy. Banks require reserves. The central bank can control the reserves. More reserves, less money in circulation. Less reserves, more money in circulation. And I keep saying the Federal Reserve, but the generic name is central bank. The central bank will increase or decrease the main interest rate, the lowest interest rate level, which will then cause the other interest rates to fall. And that's a way to control inflation and create growth. Couple of things that could destroy or stop the fiscal policy to work. Lags means the government takes too long to take action, the Congress takes too long to vote, the implementation takes too long. This is lags. Or crowding out is when the government spends tons of money in the economy and nothing happens. The stimulus, it's not being reflected. Okay, that's called crowding out. For monetary policy, we have something called the transmission mechanism. That's important to mention, the transmission mechanism. The transmission mechanism is the actions of the central bank affecting or being transmitted to the economy. So, for example, the central bank decided to increase the interest rate. This will be transmitted into the economy by an increase on the overall rate for credit card, for mortgage, for vehicles, etc. That's called the transmission mechanism. All right, friends. Next, it's learning module 6, geopolitics. Bet your coins here that you could get at least one question because it's a new module for 2023. So here I advise you to go over this little table here, this little graph, if you may, about the names. What is the definition of a hegemonic country, a country that practices multilateralism, bilateralism, or which country behaves like an autarky? It has to do with globalization and cooperation in degrees. So the higher degree of the globalization and the higher degree of cooperation gives a multilateralism approach. The opposite, no cooperation, no globalization, focus on nationalism, is autarky. And the ones in the middle, hegemony and bilateral agreements or bilateralism. Make sure that you understand, because you could get a simple question with a little description saying which type of agreement you have in this case, or which type of degrees of cooperation you have in this case. Take a look on the geopolitical risks and the geopolitical tools. The event risk, think about an example of an event risk, an exogenous risk, and a thematic risk. I have a event risk is a change in government. Exogenous risk is a coup d'etat. A thematic risk is a war. What about tools to implement geopolitics? National security, economics, and financial tools. Okay? So I predict at least like one question, maybe two questions of geopolitics on your exam. All right. Finishing economics with trade. Okay. We have the concepts of comparative advantage, absolute advantage. Make sure you understand which one is what. Okay. Understand that even if the country has absolute advantage in producing everything compared with other countries, that country that has the absolute advantage could still use comparative advantage in for the products that he makes, even though he makes better than other countries. Okay. Restrictions of trade. Why restrictions are imposed? What is the impact of restrictions? What is the argument in favor or against restrictions? Okay, favor. The text talks about two classical models of trade theory, the Ricardian model and the Heckscher-Ohlin model. Just very quickly, the Ricardian model focuses on comparative advantage. The Heckscher-Ohlin model focuses on abundant factor. The factor that's most present between capital or labor, the most present factor, that's the one that should be used to produce goods and service in that country. So if that country has more labor and capital, focus on labor products. There's more capital and labor, focus on capital-intensive products and trade for those that you need. Another point important of the trade learning module is the account, the balance of payments. So make sure that you understand that what are the components of the current account and the components of the capital account. Okay, trade, service trade, all type of trade is on the current account. All types of income the individuals receive abroad, and transfers like donations, that goes to current account. The capital account goes financial transactions, stock market, bond market, loans, investments, and the reserves. Okay? Sometimes the reserves appears in a different account called the official reserve account, but for the exam, I think that's safe to put it under the category of a capital account. The two accounts will always be in balance. That's what I call the balance of payments. So if one is over, the other one is under, and vice versa. How this mechanism always keeps in balance? Two things. The exchange rates will adjust, and statistic discrepancies are added to make sure that this is always in balance. All right. Finally, international finance. What do you expect from here? Look, international finance, this one, it's opening the door for what you're going to see in half of your economics exam on level 2. Half will be on exchange rates and trade and international transactions with currencies. So even though I don't expect much or more or very difficult questions of exchange rates on your exam, I predicted that if you do a good job here, you make your life much easier on the level 2. Well, so what do you need to remember? Well, couple of questions. For example, the appreciation of a base currency against the foreign currency is the inverse of 1 minus the depreciation of the foreign currency. Wow, what does it mean? It means this. If one currency depreciates 10%, the other currency appreciated 1 divided by 100 minus 10, 11.1. So be careful here. You can safely say that one currency go up, the other currency goes down, or one currency goes down, the other currency go up. Perfect, you can say that, but just be careful. If one currency depreciated 10%, it does not mean that the other appreciate 10%. The other appreciate a little bit more. Okay, that's the form. This one here, interest rate parity, it predicts that the difference on interest rate will predict the value of the currency in the future. Okay, so it's called the interest rate parity. Maybe you're going to have to do a cross rate calculation. Okay, meaning if I have Canadian per dollar and dollar per euro, can I get Canadian per euro? And the answer is yes. All you have to do is put them side by side, cancel, and multiply. Okay, so Canadian per euro is exactly the multiplication of the Canadian per dollar times the dollar per euro. Multiply those two codes, you get the Canadian per euro. You need to be comfortable doing cross rates. And I would say maybe a question on the types of exchange rate regimes. What is a currency board system? What is a parity system? What is a target zone? What is the pegging or Frick's crawling, managed float, and free float? Which one of those are fixed rate strategies? Which ones are flexible rate strategies? What is the pros and the cons of each one, fixed and flex? Okay, when to use that, when to use that. Think about examples in the word. Okay, they use those systems. All right, moving on. Any more questions? Okay. Let's go. FSA, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement, and ratios. Fundamental that you need to feel very comfortable with that. Okay. Then inventory and fixed assets. tax liabilities, financial reporting, and financial application. So what do I predict? I predict that a lot of questions on inventory and fixed assets, indirect questions related to income statement and balance sheets, meaning you need to know to be able to answer, but not necessarily directly exactly asking about the statement. Cash flow statement, you need to know how to prepare the cash flow for indirect method and how to go from indirect to direct. And the ratios are fundamental. It's super important to remember the ratios. So let's go. Here, just for you, if you for those that are watching, if you want to take a picture, the difference between the GAAP, IFRS in several different topics. Again, if you don't want to memorize every single one, I don't think it's going to be critical for the level 1, but it's good to know the difference between those two accounting boards. All right, income statement. What do I believe that could be there? Okay. Well, make sure that you understand how to organize the income statement, as shown here. That you know how to do an income statement analysis. If you have 3 income statements, would you identify which company is doing better? Right? Do you know how to do a common size income statement, right? Dividing all the accounts by the revenues and see the proportion of each account in relation to the revenues? Okay. The topics that I believe you could face direct questions about income statements are the earnings per share and the diluted earnings per share. Okay, so a quick example. Imagine you get this problem here, and you need to know, calculate the weighted average number of shares. So look at that. In January, we had 10,000 shares. In April, there was a stock dividend of 10%. In July, 2,000 new shares were issued. In October, there was a split. And then November, 1,200 shares were issued. How do you do this calculation? Very quickly. First, without doing the proportion yet, take a look at the impact of the dividends and the splits on the existing stocks. So the dividend of 10% change the pre-existing shares. I had 10,000. So now instead of 10,000, how much I have? I have 11,000. That's it. What about those 2,000 shares? Those 2,000 shares do not get affected by the dividends. All right. Then keep there, 2,000. And the last one also were not impacted by the stock dividend. Great. Then in October, there was a split, 3-for-1. The split affects everybody that was issued previously. So now this goes to 33,000 and this goes to 6,000. And this one doesn't change because it was issued after the split. Perfect. Now I'll do the weighted average of each one of those issuance. This one is 100%. It's 12 divided. If you want to do the pro rata, it's always like that. Number of months divided by the number of months in the year. Okay. So here will be 12 divided by 12. No. 100%. The 6,000 is from July, including July, all the way to December. So that would be here, 7 divided by 12. Okay. And the other one here, it's 2 months, 2 divided by 12, multiply, and then you can get your average here. All right. Question? Correct. Correct. The stock dividend is not a stock, it's not cash dividend. Very good question. This is a stock dividend. All the stocks that were issued in the past will be increased by that amount. So every stockholders get 10% more shares that they had. So imagine there was one shareholder with 10,000. Now that shareholder has 10% more. Okay, very good. Now, cash dividend doesn't get here. Cash dividend does not increase the number of shares, so that would not affect our calculation. Well, now let's talk about the diluted earnings per share. Is missing an E here, not DPS, a DEPS. There you go. Diluted, not diluted, friends. Diluted earnings per share. Okay. The basic formula, okay? Net income minus preferred dividends divided by the average. The average is the calculation that you just did here. They're not going to appear in one question only. I can almost promise you. One question to calculate the weighted average, and then one question to see the dilution or not. Look, think about the basic formula. Net income minus what you have to pay for the preferred dividends divided by the number of shares. Fine. Then, what happened in 3 different scenarios? Scenario number 1 here is preferred convertible. What is a preferred convertible? Let's talk about the preferred convertible here. A preferred convertible means all the preferred stockholders converted into common shares. So logically, what is that is going to affect your numerator of the formula and the denominator of that formula? Well, look, net income minus preferred dividend. But if all preferred shareholders converted the shares, I don't need to pay preferred dividends anymore. So I just put the net income on the numerator. I don't need to, 0 for preferred dividends. But on the denominator, I have to put the existing average shares plus the new shares that those the stockholders converted. Okay, and this could dilute, means the basic will be less, the diluted will be less than the basic, or could be anti-dilutive, when the diluted will be higher than the normal earnings per share, which is possible. Imagine the dividends here was very, very high, right? Then you stop paying those dividends, and the impact and the increase on the denominator, it was not too much to offset the impact of the denominator. So the earnings per share, instead of going down, they went up. That's called anti-dilution. All right. Let's see if you use the same logic here for the convertible bonds now. Convertible bonds means I'm a bondholder and I receive interest every year. I decided to take that bond and switch for stocks. What do I get it? What do I lose? I get shares, but I don't get the interest anymore. So look what happened on the numerator. The net income, the preferred dividends that I have to subtract, but now I'm adding back the interest. I don't need to pay interest. So I put it back the interest in the numerator. And then I'll divide it by the average existing shares plus the new shares. This could have the same logic as the previous one. If the amount of interest that I'm saving when the stocks are converted was higher than the impact on the additional shares, the earnings per share will go up instead of going down. This is called anti-dilutive. I'm going to even put here the word anti-dilutive, okay? Which means the common shareholders should not worry about if all the preferred shareholders convert, all the bondholders convert the shares, it's still not going to decrease your earnings per share. That's the idea. Finally, we have the options. Okay? So in the case of the options, it's a little bit tricky here because you have to remember the treasury method. Treasury method means you're going to have to switch money that comes in, you're going to have to use it to buy shares in the market. So nothing happened to the numerator on stock options were issued. But if all stock options were exercised, the preferred dividend still going to have to be paid. The net income will be the same. So nothing happened to the numerator, but the denominator will go up. So take the number of shares, okay? The number of shares that already existed, plus the new shares that were exercised, but now subtract shares that you can purchase in the market with the money that you received when those options were exercised. So if I work for you and I have options, I exercise the option, I'll give you $100, you give me the stocks, you take the $100, you go to the market, buy some shares from the market, right? Reducing the number of shares outstanding. So that could create it doesn't impact the denominator of the fraction, not the EPS that much. All right. I can predict that one of those could be on your exam. All right. Quick here on the balance sheet. Balance sheet, okay? I hope you understand. I hope you're comfortable. It's not going to be a direct question, in my opinion, of the balance sheet. The balance sheet is going to be important for you to understand for other questions. So make sure you know what assets are. Make sure what liabilities are, okay? Current liabilities, current assets, property, plant, and equipment, long-term liabilities, intangible assets, owner's equity. What are the components in the basic accounting equation? Okay, don't forget the basic accounting equation: assets equal liabilities plus equity. That helps a lot to understand ratio analysis. If the assets increase, the liability stays the same, the equity must increase. So that's going to be helpful for impact on ratios, okay, which is the next topic here. Make sure you know what's other comprehensive income, okay? Think about the exam. Other comprehensive incomes are items that could be gain or losses, but they will not go to the income statement. That's your other comprehensive income, okay? An example, translation of financial statements from another currency. So if you have a subsidiary in Mexico and you translate it to your own currency, you might have a gain or loss on the translation. That gain or loss, it's not income statement, it's other comprehensive income. So I suggest you take a look on that. And your ratios, all the ratios, friends, as many ratios as you can possibly memorize. Liquidity ratios, those three. Asset management ratios, the turnovers and the days in and the cycles. Operating and cash. Cash cycle is the days in sales minus days in inventory minus days in payable. Cash cycle. Solvency ratios. All the ratios are long-term debt. And profitability ratios, all the ratios that requires net income or some kind of profit. Okay. Don't forget your common size statements. Common size is you divided the numbers by a largest number. So for the case of the balance sheet, you do a divided by the total assets. Okay, the total assets. So cash is 5% of the total assets. PPE, it's 50% of total assets. Liabilities is 30% of total assets. So that gives you an idea in percentage terms how much is each account. Friends, cash flow statement is the next. And all I have to say here is make sure you know how to do the indirect method. Okay. From your net income, add depreciation, subtract the gains, add the losses, plus or minus your net working capital. That's your cash flow from operations. Okay. That's called indirect method. You also have the direct method. Cash paid to suppliers, employees, interest and taxes, and the cash received from customers, okay, usually, or any cash received, but from operations, usually is from customers. Take a look on what the definition of free cash flow. What's free cash flow? Is the cash flow after you pay the commitments. Which commitments? New investments, net working capital, take all this out, whatever money is left, before paying the creditors is called free cash flow to the firm, FCFF. After paying the creditors, the money left is to pay the stockholders. That's called free cash flow to the equity. So make sure you understand this definition, the definition of both cash flows, free cash flows. Here you have an example how to integrate the income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. So the income statement is integrated to the balance sheet via net income. The net income is here, goes to the retained profits. Okay. The net income is used to calculate the cash flow from operation, and the total cash, it's included on the balance sheet under cash and banks. So that's how you integrate all those cash flows. Those ratios might be important, so for the cash flow. So cash flow to revenue, cash flow to assets, or cash return on assets, cash return on equity. The name is self-explanatory. The TO is a division symbol. So you might want to take a look on the coverage ratios and performance ratios with cash flow. Just take a look, because you might get one question on that. Who knows? Still on a ratios, okay? I want to remind you the DuPont identity. DuPont are two components. It's ROA times financial average. And DuPont with three components, which is profit margin times asset turnover times financial average. It's important that you understand those names, because the question could be, if the financial average increase, what happened to the return on equity? Or if sales increase, what happened to the return on equity? Or some kind of like other combination of factors, what happened to the return on equity? So we have to remember DuPont, 2 and 3 components. There is a DuPont of 5 components, but I'm just going to put here, it's tax burden times interest burden times operating margin times asset turnover times financial average. But that one I think is too heavy. I think you should focus on the DuPont 2 components and the DuPont 3 components. Here are the ratios again. One more time. Liquidity, higher than 1 is liquid. Okay. Activity ratios, the cash cycle is the days on sales, days in inventory minus days payable. Solvents ratios, and your profitability ratios. You know, of course, not all of them are going to be in the exam, but some of them will, almost certain. And how do you answer the question? Well, the question will be like, if we change something, what happened to that ratio? Okay, that's how I predict the questions. Friends, on inventory, which is the next, make sure that you understand the valuation methods: FIFO, LIFO, and average cost. FIFO, LIFO, average cost, perpetual, and periodic. Perpetual, you count the inventory after each purchase, each sale. Periodic, you count every now and then, every month, every 6 months, whatever. Okay. Now, more than that, I think the questions could be on the LIFO reserve and the change on the LIFO reserve, in the inventory from LIFO to FIFO, in the inventory, the cost of goods sold from LIFO to FIFO. Okay. So if you take inventory LIFO and add the LIFO reserve, you have the inventory FIFO. Pay attention now. If you have the cost of goods sold LIFO, you subtract the change in LIFO reserve from one year to another to get the cost of goods sold FIFO. Okay, so it's important to remember those concepts. What is LIFO liquidation? LIFO liquidation, it's when all the inventory starts being sold, and the impact on the income statement is that overstate the earnings. That could be it. That's called implication on ratios. Okay. Reminding you also that GAAP has no revaluation nor reversal of inventory, but the IFRS does. Okay. So the no revaluation, no reversal for GAAP, revaluation and reversal, it's okay on the IFRS. And both use what you call the lower cost or market value, okay? Lower cost or market value, which is your inventory can never be higher than what would you pay for that inventory now. Lower cost or net realizable value. All right, moving on, friends, we're going to intangible assets. So depreciation is going to be important. Capitalization versus expensing will be important. What is the difference between capitalize and expensing? Okay. Capitalize means you put it on the balance sheet, you create an asset, expense you throw on the net on the income statement, and that would have impact on ratios as well. Amortization of intangible assets. Be careful. Okay, intangible assets, but they can be purchased or developed. If they're purchased and they have finite lives, they will be amortized. If they are created at home, if they're homemade, then will be different. The GAAP says no amortization. There's not even an intangible asset if it is made at home. I made it internally. So only intangible assets purchased. What is an intangible asset, if you're asking? Well, intangible asset, it's something that has value, but it's intangible. Perfect example are patents. A patent, it could be purchased, and it could be for 10 years. Then you amortize that patent. But let's say you create a model, financial model or something, right? That is bringing a lot of value to your company. Well, it was created at home, then will not be an asset, an intangible asset. And if you purchase an intangible with infinite life, which is a case of goodwill, you do not amortize either, okay? You just test for impairment, right? All right, internally developed intangibles. GAAP, always an expense if internally developed. There's one exception for softwares, but exception. But most of all internally developed intangible assets on GAAP will be nothing, will be an expense. Like I said here, some software costs may be capitalized. IFRS, always an expense if it's internally developed until feasibility. After feasibility means it could be sold as it is, then the costs are going to be capitalized and becomes an asset. Be careful with those little rules, okay? All right. The impact of depreciation on your ratios, that's a classic question. So if you use the straight line versus double declining balance or vice versa, who's going to have more net profit margin? Who's going to have more debt, fixed asset turnover, and things like that? All right. So the accelerated methods are the ones that depreciate more in the beginning, and what's the impact on the ratios that this would cause? Okay. So you need to think, okay, if I depreciate more, I have less fixed assets. This company has less, the other one has more. So which ratio is higher for the one, which one is lower for the other? Okay. All right, I want you to memorize those formulas here. What is the average total life of a fixed asset? Is the average age plus the average useful life. What is the average age? Is the accumulated depreciation divided by the annual depreciation. And the average useful life is the net asset, net PPE, divided by the annual depreciation. When you add those two, you get the average total life. This could be a question. Revaluation model. The revaluation model is just IFRS. There's no GAAP. So the impact will be different on those ratios, okay? Impairment, the concept of impairment. Something is impaired. The calculation of impairment, it's different between IFRS and GAAP. Be careful, okay? IFRS takes the present value, the future benefits of that asset. If that present value, it's less than the value of the asset's impaired. GAAP use the undiscounted method. So all the future benefits of that asset added together, it's more than the value of the asset today. It's not impaired. Otherwise, it is. This, I'm going to finish that with this little table here that I put the inventory and PPE, long-lived assets, including intangibles. So inventory and long-lived assets, the event, the ratio, and the impact that could happen. So let's see. An event related to inventory. The method of the inventory can switch from FIFO to LIFO. Which ratios would affect? Operating cycle, turnover ratios, ratio is profit, ratio is equity, Ratio is assets, the current ratio, and the cash ratio, okay? The quick ratio and the cash ratio, put here in the end, they will not be affected by change in inventory or PPE, because quick ratio does not include inventory or PPE, and cash ratio does not include inventory PPE. Be careful with those. All right. Which other method? Could be a write down. What's a write down? Is when the inventory, it's written down, take value out of the inventory. The impact on the ratios could be higher, no change, or lower. What about the reversal? Only allowed on IFRS. Also, what is the ratio and what is the impact? Long-lived asset, capitalization, revaluation, depreciation, and impairments can cause those ratios to change, and you need to figure out how. All right, moving on. Here. Now we're going to talk about deferred taxes, and we're going to talk about deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities, okay? So let's go quick here. What is a deferred tax asset? What is a deferred tax liability? So a deferred tax asset, it's here. A deferred tax asset is when your deferred tax payable, or excuse me, your tax payable to the government, let's say is 1,000, it's higher than your tax expense, let's say 100,000. There's a difference of 200 between your tax expense and your tax payable. So you're going to send the IRS $1,000, but accounting, you just put 800. Where's the other 200 that you pay the IRS? It's a tax asset, stays there. You can use later. How? If you made profit next year, you can use the deferred tax asset to offset your accounting, your tax that you're going to pay. That's an example of deferred tax asset. Now, a deferred tax liability is the opposite. A deferred tax liability, your tax expense, it's higher. And your tax to the government, it's lower. In that case, you're going to have a liability. Why? Look, you recognize 1,000 of income taxes on your numbers, and you only pay the government 800. You own 200 to the government, technically, not theoretically. So that's a deferred tax liability. You own. Deferred tax asset is your right. Okay? Deferred tax asset you can use to offset future tax, accounting tax in the future. Okay? Deferred tax liability, no. All deferred taxes will disappear at one point. It's called temporary difference. So one point they will revert. Remember that. And second, if your deferred tax asset doesn't work, okay, you have to create a valuation allowance. So if you next year you're not going to make profit, the next year you're not going to make profit, the other year you're not going to make any profit, then you have to create an allowance. So that allowance will be the same value, or whatever value is decided, that will be created a counter account for the deferred tax asset. So if the deferred tax asset is 200, the valuation allowance will be minus 200, will be something that would look like this. And then this has a value, a balance of 0, let's say, okay? So just remember, what is the valuation allowance? Valuation allowance only on GAAP, okay? And only if the DTA, deferred tax asset, cannot be used in the future. All right, friend, moving on to liabilities. I want to focus on lease payables, okay? Be careful. Lease payables. First of all, you need to know when a lease is operating or financial. So if one of those fives are present, you have to classify as a finance lease, okay? If you have to do the classification, because you're going to see that it's a case you don't have to. Only one, okay? So if transfers ownership, well, it's a finance lease. If there's the option to transfer ownership, it's a finance lease, okay? If the term is longer than the useful life of the asset, it's a finance lease. If the present value of all the payments that someone is making it's higher or equal to the fair value of that machine or that asset, it's a finance leasing. And if the lessor, and by the way, you need to know who is the lessor, who is the lessee, two agents. One is benefits from the asset, the other one is providing the benefit. If the asset has no alternative use for the person that's providing, then it's also finance lease. Now, could be a question here, multiple choice. You give something there, you have to decide if it's an operating lease or a finance lease. So accounting for lease payments or lease payables depend on three components. If the company is the lessee, the one that will benefit, think about a machine. The company that will benefit from the machine, or the company that's providing the machine to another one. Okay, that's the lessee lessor. Then which country the company is operating, or under which accounting standard the company is operating, and then if it is a financial operating type, if you decide if these criteria are present or not, and then you can account for it. Then you have to see if they're going to have an asset, a liability, an expense. What is the impact? Just put the exemption here, right? The exemption says if you're a lessee, if you benefit from the use of the machine, but your contract is 12 months or less, okay, then you can expense the whole thing. Don't worry about anything else. IFRS includes that, and if the item is low value, let's say under 5,000, you can also throw to the expense, but for the lessee only. But this is an exemption. Let's focus on the rules. This, it's important, right? Very important that you get this. If you don't get a question on level 1 from lease payable, you most likely get it on level 2. Let's see. Under IFRS, there's a single accounting model for finance and operating lease for lessees. So look, if you're a lessee, you are the one benefit from the asset, okay? Doesn't matter. If you're IFRS, you're going to have to account this way. You're going to have to record the machine, but you don't put their machine X, Y, X, Y, Z, T, $3,000, $50,000, $300,000. No, you're going to put rights of use of 3,000, 10,000, 300,000, whatever is the value. Okay, so rights of use, and you didn't pay in cash. You didn't. You kind of borrow to pay, so you have a liability. So your liability, right, will go up as the present value of the lease payments. So look, if you're going to make payments of 10,000 each year, there you go, put it there, 10,000 each year for 10 years at a discount rate of 5%, how much is the present value of those payments? That's the value that you put on the asset and on the liability of that company, if the company is the lessee and the company is IFRS. All right. Now, GAAP will categorize the leasing as operating and finance for lessees and lessors. So let's talk about lessees first, because IFRS doesn't do the categorization. GAAP does. So GAAP is going to say, okay, it's an operating or finance. It's operating, then it's rent expense. You're paying rent. So your cash goes down, your expense go up every year. Done. That's operating lease. Or could be a finance lease. Then the finance lease is done exactly as I described it here. You recognize the asset and you recognize the liability. Okay. Now, if it's lessor, GAAP and the IFRS does exactly the same, which is exactly the same what GAAP did for lessee. So what GAAP does for the lessee, GAAP does for the lessor. And what the GAAP does for the lessor, the IFRS does for the lessor. So the only difference is that lessee under IFRS and GAAP, the treatment is different. So here, you need to get this because the questions will be on ratios, or the question will be which type of lease would be applicable here in this scenario. All right, good. Moving on. The next two are quick. The next two, you have to remember what are the gives quality to a financial statement. So if some financial statement is compliant with the rules, the decision is useful, the returns are sustainable, supported by reporting evidence, that's the highest quality. In a financial statement that has fictitious and existing transactions, no, that's obviously the worst. Okay, so feel comfortable, or the quality, I don't know if they look, it's almost 20% of your exam. So we're talking about here between 30 and 35 questions. It's a lot of questions, divided in 2 sessions. Let's say you get 15 and 15, 16 or 16. There's a lot of questions that could be asked. One of those could be on financial reporting quality. I do not expect something difficult, okay? I just expect some common sense question about the quality of the financial statement. Finally, this is the last one for FSA, the financial statement analysis and applications, okay? So examples of quality reports. What is an example of a conservative accounting, aggressive accounting? Aggressive accounting is to recognize the revenues too soon or sooner than you should. Conservative is to choose the highest expense when you are in doubt between 2 expenses. Stretch payables, it's a kind of a manipulation if you're doing that on purpose, delaying your payments so you can show more cash, okay? So those are called warning signs, okay? How do you detect the warning signs? You have to do forensic accounting, right? Detective accounting here. You have to do a revenue expense analysis, the ratios, need to see if they're good or bad. The cash flow has to be sustainable, right? It has to be, look, if I have 1 million in net income, I should have at least 1 million in cash flow. If I have less cash flow, I need to figure out there's something going on here. If the company is doing too much capitalization when it shouldn't, or expensing where it should not. All right. Friends, let's go to corporate issuers. It's a small percentage of your exam, so let's see if we can do this a little quicker, okay? Learning module 1 and 2 is ESG and decision tools. There are new modules here I want to point out to you, so could be questions on those 2 in your exam. Learning module 3 and 4 will be source and cost of capital. Those are classic models, classic topics of corporate issuers level 1. If finally, capital structure and leverage, okay, also classic topics, especially capital structure. All right. First learning module is new. It's 2023, so could have a question there. Don't know. Corporate structure. The most important ways to structure your company. Between sole proprietorship, limited liability corporation or company, corporation, partnership. Try to understand the characteristics of each one, pros and cons. The topic mentioned agency conflict, but agency conflict is going to appear in another learning module as well. So what makes me think that a question about agency conflict could be in your exam. An example of agency conflict is the conflict between people that work in the company and the stockholders. How do the stockholders make sure that those working at the company are doing the best on behalf of the stockholder? That's called agency conflict. We have several conflicts. We have between bondholders and stockholders, managers and stockholders, board of directors and managers, several different ones. All right. The second module is environmental and social governance. So make sure that you understand what's good corporate governance is, examples of good corporate governance, and the types of ESG investments, or how to use ESG, incorporate ESG on your investment decisions. So here's the example. What is negative screening, ESG? Positive screening, integration, thematic, engagement, and impact. I'll give one example of each. Maybe could be a question. I don't know. And the examples of good corporate governance, the committees have to be independent, the board of directors have to be independent, the salary committee independent, the board of directors should have a rotation, right? The members should be independent, there's no conflict of interest. All of those examples of good corporate governance. Friends, learning module 3 is new for corporate issuers, okay? It's business model and risks, okay? So it could be a question, I don't know, based on the premise that a new topic could be high probability of become a question, right? Or to become a question in the exam. So what is a business model? What are the types of business model? Make a little higher, more visible. There you go. What are the financial implications and the risks of each one? Okay, so important. Okay, I'll give an example here for a type of business model. What is a type of business model that includes or based on crowdsourcing? Which model is that? Right? That's the model that you bring your audience to an event and then make the sale right there. That's a business model, okay? Crowdsourcing, okay? Networking, e-commerce, variation, innovation. So all of those, and I could predict that a question might be, a business has those following characteristics. This is a type of business model: innovation, variation, e-commerce, etc. All right, let's continue here. All right, learning module 4 and 5. 4 on corporate issuers is the use of capital. That's the topic that you're going to talk about, the NPV, the internal rate of return. So make sure that you know how to use the calculator for that. I don't think you're going to do any calculation here. I think you're going to have to understand the pros and cons of those. So the IRR problems, negative cash flow and mutually exclusive projects, you may not use the internal rate of return, okay? Because it causes conflict. That's the example if you have the cash flow has a negative signs. The IRR could give you at least two, the answer could be at least 2 IRRs, and you don't know which one is the correct one. So to avoid that problem, we don't use IRR method, internal rate of return method, when the cash flows are negative. And when the cash flows are mutually exclusive also. If I can only choose one of 3 or 4 good projects, I must not use the IRR to decide which one is the best. I have to use the net present value to do that. You might want to take a look on the options of projects. The project might be not good as it is, but if you implement an option to expand a year later, an option to reduce some kind of switch, some kind of cost a year later, then the project might become profitable. So that's called the real options. What are the type of pitfalls when you're doing corporate decisions or project decisions? Inertia, which take too long. Allocation bias, you use feelings rather than logic. The alternatives that might not be considered. Pet projects are the projects that you have a lot of attachment to it. You really want to do it. That's your dream project. That's some subjectivity here that could cloud the vision of whoever is making the decision. Relying on fundamentals. Fundamentals is accounting. Accounting might not reflect exactly what the market is thinking, expecting, and errors, obviously. Right? And the impact on project valuation questions like, if this happens, should you adjust the net present value or should you adjust the discount rate of the project, which you're going to use is the weighted average cost of capital. You're going to see the weighted average cost in sequence. So, for example, inflation. Where do we incorporate inflation? You incorporate inflation on the cash flows or you incorporate inflation on your discount rate? You incorporate inflation on your discount rate. If you have any problem with change in taxes, you adjust it where? On your cash flows. So you need to see if this happens, should I adjust the cash flows or should I adjust the discount rate? That could be a question. Okay. All right. Then after the uses of capital, in projects, now where the money is coming from? Sources of capital. So you have the internal and external source of capital. I have a list here for you. Make sure that you understand the primary source of liquidity, where the money is coming from primarily. So it's coming from your free cash flow, excuse me, is coming from your bank account, collections, liquidation of securities or short-term maturities, the money market accounts. Then after that, going from the short-term funds, and maybe from cash flow management, right? Where you can stretch the payables, you can change your cycles, you can collect more quickly your money, right? So those are the primary source of liquidity. That's internal. Now let's go secondary source of liquidity, okay? Also internal, okay? So you can, the debt contracts, negotiation of contracts, change things. This is internal. That's not going to the bank and borrowing. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about secondary source, internal source of liquidity. Inside the company, where do we look at first for money? Look in your cash, look in your bank, look in your short-term investments. Then after that, look how to reduce debt, how to renegotiate the debt, how to maybe sell assets, or maybe that's a little bit too much, but how to get to bankruptcy protection, okay? Secondary source. All right. Try this terminology here, right? Drag of liquidity and pool on liquidity. Drag of liquidity is when it takes longer to receive. Pool on liquidity is when you have to make payments suddenly, in unexpected, immediate payments that pool your liquidity. To measure liquidity, you already seen, we're going to use the liquidity ratios and some asset management ratios here, like current ratio, quick ratio, right? How many days to sell an inventory, how many days to get paid for a accounts receivable, how many days to pay a supplier, and what is the cash cycle. The rhetorical question, which of those companies, A, B, C, or D, has the best cash conversion cycle? Answer, company A, because it's this smaller. Okay? By the way, a cash conversion cycle negative is very good. A company that has a negative cash cycle, cash conversion cycle, it's operating very efficiently. This means the company is receiving the money from the customers, the company is selling the entire inventory, and only after that, the company is going to start paying the suppliers. That's a negative cash cycle, which is good. A question that could come up and use a source of liquidity. A company has short-term payables of 2% in 10 days, net payment in 30 days. He has an accounts receivable of 2 million, has marketable securities of 5 million. If the company has a short-term need of 200,000, which alternative would take? Issue a loan, delay the payment, or sell the securities? So the primary source, okay? Look, delay the payment, be careful with that. If you can negotiate the delay in the payment, that would be the best option. But if you just stop paying, that's bad practice of business. That's not good. Then you have to do the selling the market security. So be careful with those questions. You have to read it, see the nuance of the question, right? The keywords to be able to answer correctly. Friend, number 7, it's capital structure. Capital structure is going to talk about the Modigliani-Miller propositions, the famous M&Ms, okay? So I'm just going to focus here on the overall here, okay? The M&M propositions, okay? So look at that. Modigliani-Miller proposition with taxes and without taxes, okay? It's kind of important to make that distinction, okay? So let's think about word without taxes. What is proposition 1? What is proposition 2? Well, no taxes. Proposition 1 says that the value of a company that borrows money, it's exactly the same value of the company that doesn't borrow money. In other words, borrowing or not borrowing makes no add value for any company. That's proposition 1, if there's no taxes. But in real world, every country, as far as I know, will have their taxes. Well, if they have taxes, then proposition 1 with taxes says that value of the company that borrows money will be higher than the value of the company that doesn't borrow money in the amount of the tax benefit. Because when you borrow money, part of that borrowing will be used to pay less taxes. It's a benefit. That benefit has value. That value makes the value of the company that borrows higher. Now, notice we put no, we didn't include bankruptcy here. Okay, that's another story. Just no tax, just taxes. No taxes, excuse me, with taxes, but no bankruptcy. Because if there's bankruptcy, then the company will not will not benefit to borrow all the time. Very well. Question: which capital structure is the most or the best under a scenario with no taxes? Right? What is the best one scenario with taxes? So under the no tax, there's no best, but under with taxes, 100% debt is the best capital structure. 100% debt, because will create more value. Okay, but don't forget that if bankruptcy exists, then you cannot do that. Proposition 2 is the same. Forget about taxes, no taxes. Just remember one thing. Proposition 2 says that if the company starts borrowing more money, more debt, the stockholders are going to be worried and they're going to demand more return for their shares. That's called increasing the required return on the equity. They're going to require more money, more return, because they're scared that the company is borrowing too much. Look at the equation for that. RO is the required without any debt. It's called the O equity return. Plus, if the company start borrowing, right, then we make the difference between how much would be the required return for a company that doesn't borrow any money, subtract from the cost of borrowing, multiply by the debt to equity ratio, and this portion you're going to add on the RO, which is the neutral required return, giving you the required return expected by the stockholders in that scenario. Notice that if I increase the D go up, the RE go up. So that's the M&M 2. With taxes, you just added the 1 minus taxes in between here, the RO minus RD. But again, I think all you need to remember is that if the company borrows too much, the return on the equity is going to increase, and the risk of the company will increase. This chapter also talks about the conflicts. So go over the conflicts one more time. Conflicts between managers and shareholders, preferred and common shareholders, creditors and stockholders, private equity and controlling shareholders, private equity funds, bank and private lenders, and other stakeholders and shareholders. But the first three here are the most important one. Last topic, corporate issuers, friends. Leverage. You need to remember the degree of operating leverage, degree of financial leverage, and when I multiply one by the other, I get the degree of total leverage. There are two formulas, kind of. Right? It's the same logic. The logic is, what is my degree of operating leverage? Well, the degree of operating leverage is how much your operating income is changing every time that you change more units, not that you sell more units. Now, the DFL is the percentage change on the net income, the clean profit, when the operating profit change. So change in one versus the change in one. Or you can use this formula here. DOL, it's Q times P minus V. What's Q, P minus V? This is called contribution margin. Quantity times P is your revenue. Quantity times variable cost is the variable cost. One minus the other is called contribution margin. Now take a look to memorize this formula. If you divide it by the numerator and subtract the fixed cost, that's your DOL. Now, the question might even ask you, if the company A has 0 fixed cost, the company B has more fixed cost, which company will have more DOL? The company has more fixed cost, has the highest degree of leverage. Those are the type of questions you should expect. Not really a calculation. It's like, okay, if this happens, what happened? Yeah. Take a look at DFL. Is the denominator of the DOL, the DOL, the denominator becomes the numerator. And on the denominator, I repeat that, and I subtract the financial cost, interest expense. So here, the same. The company has more interest expense, will have more degree of financial leverage. When I multiply one by the other, you get your degree of total leverage. Get comfortable with that. I have just a quick graph here, maybe to kind of visualize it for a visualization purpose, might be helpful. This is an example here, for example, which company has more degree of operating leverage? This one, the one on the left, the one on the graph on the left, the graph on the right. Well, the more degree of operating leverage is on the graph on the right, this one. How do I know that? Take a look on the dotted line. Dotted line is your fixed cost. The fixed cost is much higher here than on this one, okay? So let's say here the fixed cost is 5. This company, the fixed cost is 15. So that's more degree. So by the graph, you can tell which company has more leverage than the other. All right, move on. Equity. All right. So I would say here, folks, that are with me until now, maybe one more hour, and I'll finish this, okay? Or maybe less, but I don't think I'm going to spend more than an hour, if you're wondering, okay? And I appreciate those that are still here. If you have questions, please ask, okay? I know you have asked a few questions already, but keep on going, okay? All right. Let's see, equity. We have 6 modules. First one is market organization. I don't think it's too critical. Equity indexes, I think it's critical. I think it's very important. I think you should be very comfortable with this module. Market efficiency, also. The theories of market efficiency, the market formats, strong, semi-strong. And equity securities, basic, I wouldn't say learning module 4 is not that critical. Now, learning module 5 and 6, yeah, because 5 and 6 are it's opening the door for equity in level 2. Equity valuation on level 2 is going to be like 80% of the level 2 exam is going to be only on valuation and in the industry analysis. I would say 80% of equity. Level 2. Level 1, not too much, in my opinion, but like I said, if you do a good job understanding this, okay, you'll be able to kind of like feel more comfortable when you arrive on the next level. All right, friends, let's go. I'm going to focus on indexes, market efficiency, and valuation and industry analysis. All right. So first one is the market organization structure. Be comfortable with the vocabulary. Right? What is a bank deposit, hedge fund, stock? So this is all the instruments that you can find. Those are not necessarily equity market because you have here swaps, which is a derivatives, notes, which is a fixed income. But anyway, there was something for you to kind of get comfortable with the names, terminology, what they mean. That could be a question on the learning module 1 of equity. Is the question about the margin call, the margin maintenance, the margin requirement, okay, or the financial leverage ratio. Okay, so make sure that you understand this little formula. Initial margin is the amount you put at day 1, plus the price that the price of the stock at that moment, minus the price you paid, divided by the price at that moment. Is going. If this number is lower, let's say this number is equal. If this number is lower, okay, then the margin, the minimum, you're going to receive a margin call. So the question that you may face in the exam is, at which price of that investment will trigger a margin call to the investor? So it's the price that if you replace here, gives you a number here that's say less than, and this is in percentage, let's say 30%. So if the initial margin plus the price now minus the price you paid, divided by the price now, it's less than 30%, this ratio is less than 30%, you're going to receive a margin call. So there you go, that would be a question. Second type of question, what is the amount that you're going to have to deposit to make the account to go back to normal? Okay, so that one is the difference between how much you have at that moment versus how much is the initial requirement. That difference, right, is how much you have to deposit to bring the account back to that level. What is financial leverage ratio? Financial leverage ratio is when you do not invest 100% to buy the asset, the investment. You borrow some. That's going to amplify your return. Okay. So, for example, a trader has purchased 200 shares of a stock at 50 with a leverage ratio 2.5. What is a leverage ratio 2.5? Yeah, if you use this formula here, 2.5 equals to 100% divided by the requirement will be 40%. So all you have to put is 40%. The other 60% your broker or the financial institution will put it for you. So your return is going to be leveraged, because if you made return, that return is going to be multiplied by 2.5. That's how much the return is going to be amplified. All right. So make sure that if you're not comfortable with the financial leverage ratio and the amplification of returns, take a look how it works. All right, friends, indices, very important. Remember that they are price-weighted, equal-weighted, market cap. Okay, those are the ones that could show up for calculations. Price return, total return, using the indices. Then two other indices that I think could be on multiple choice questions of conceptual nature. The float-adjusted market cap, the fundamental weighting. What is the float-adjusted market cap? It creates the indices using only available shares in the market. Shares they are in under places, for example, that you cannot buy or sell because they are called restricted shares. Well, then they're not getting on the float-adjusted method. But they will market cap use all the shares issued. Float, only the ones that are available for trade. Fundamental, it's the one that deviates the most of all the other indexes because that one does not use market data. It uses fundamental data, use the accounting data, okay, to create the indices. And in the market, things go different, market and accounting. Now, book value is the accounting number, and market value, you know, these will have always going to have differences. So make sure you know what is the price weighted, only use the price of the securities, the equal weighted, all the securities are weighted equally in the index. What is the pros and the cons? Price weighted is easy to calculate. The problem is when you have stock split. Equal weighted, easy to calculate, but the problem is when the weights deviate from the equality, then cost a lot of money to be maintaining that equal method, the equal value. Market cap, what is the inconvenient? The inconvenient is when stocks start going, increasing in value tremendously, that can actually deviate from the purpose on that index was created, because maybe one asset should have 10% weight there, and now because it's doing so well in the market for some reason, it's now 30% of the index. You need to rebalance. All right? Floated adjusted market cap, kind of similar problems than market cap. Fundamental weight, the problem is they can deviate the most from the market indexes. So do a comprehensive work, memorizing those 5 types of indices, how they work, pros and cons of each one. One question that you could get is the price weighted adjusted of denominator for stock split. So let's do this one quick, how you do that. So let's say you have those 3 stocks on your index. That's the price of each one. Then nothing happened. Nothing happened. I mean, the stock, no recession, nothing, but one of those stocks split. Now the price is $4. Well, look, in this case, look what happened today. The index was 42 total. Let's do the average, right? Because you have to divide it by the number of securities. So look at that. The index was 14, the value. After the split, look at that. If I divide it by 3, because I have 3 stocks, the index went down. But the index shouldn't go down. The index should keep the value of 14. Why? Because the only thing that happens is a split. A split doesn't take the value of the position. The stock is $4. Yes, but whoever owns that stock has 3 times more shares in their pocket. The value is the same. So this cannot be 11. This has to be 14. This has to be 14. So the question is, what is the number that I divided? 34 is the total. What is the number that I should divide with 34? So I'll get, okay, then I'll get 11. I'll get 14 as my result, not 11. Answer, 243. So you have to adjust the denominator, which was 3. Now the denominator is 2.43 to keep up with that value. So now if I divided 34 by 2.43, I get exactly the same index level as it should be before the split. Stock splits should not change the value of the price index. That's the bottom line. All right, next. It could be that you have to calculate also the price return and the total return of an index. Price return is just the price variation. Total return, if any of those stocks pay dividends, you have to include that in your calculation. Okay, take a look on the examples on the material, official material, if you want to practice that. How we use market index, or why should we use market index? Well, to get how the market sentiment, if the market is in a rally, if it's in a bear market, bull market. It could be a benchmark for measure risk and return, benchmark for a type of asset, benchmark for a portfolio manager. So indexes or indices are very used. Level 3, you're going to have to demonstrate that you know how to build one. Those are an example of market equity indexes. They could be multi-market, sector, or style. For style, you could have growth and value. Fixed income also have their indices. Alternative investment have their indices. One comment about the alternative investment indices is that the commodity indices are based on future contracts on the commodity, not the commodity price. That could be a question, right? It's the only asset that we're going to study here in alternative investments, derivatives, fixed income, and equity. Of those, commodities are the ones that when you create an index for it, you create an index based on the future contracts on those commodities, not on the price of the commodity itself. Hedge fund, they have their own index based on hedge funds. Real estate also. Okay? But market efficiency, my friends, super important. You need to understand, remember, right, the weak form, the semi-strong form, and the strong form of format, efficiency format. Efficiency has to do with information availability. So if the information is available when it's supposed to be available, that's efficient. If the information is not available when it's supposed to be available, it's somehow inefficient. Weak form. Weak form is the worst. You have no public or no private or not all public and not all private information. It's included in the market. And that's disruptive because if you don't have all the information there, there's a lot of room for bubbles, for anomalies, right? Because not all the information is there. Now, the semi-strong format, all the public information is in the market immediately, but the private information takes a little longer to be available. In that case, it's semi-strong. The strong format, well, the strong format has both. It has public and private information immediately available, okay? It's a little bit kind of difficult to see in the real world because private information, it's hard to be released immediately, but that's the idea. If you have a private information and it's released immediately, that makes the market more efficient. That's the idea. You need to know the definitions, and you need to know, friends, which is the best strategy to use under each market. So if you have a weak form, inefficient, use technical analysis, okay? Now, if you have a semi-strong, inefficient, okay, well, then use passive investment. And if you have a strong format inefficient, or strong format, but somehow not excellent, you can use active management to get the extra return. Okay, so that could be the questions like which strategy would be better under each scenario or each efficient market format. Understand what's an anomaly. Anomaly, when something goes unexpected. And the book says, it gives you some kind of anomalies. The time series, the cross-sectional, and other types of anomalies. Some of those anomalies are very American anomalies, or at least the terminology is very American. You can see by Super Bowl effects. I don't know how many of our colleagues around the world knows what the Super Bowl is. Right? And you have to remind you that the CFA exam is taken all over the world. I would like to imagine that vocabulary specific to one particular country will not be used in the exam unless if that's a word that's supposed to be common knowledge. I don't think the Super Bowl effect, that anomaly should be well known. That's my opinion, right? Therefore, I don't think it would be something like that. Okay? Like I do not think the word Federal Reserve will be in your exam. I think the word central bank would be in your exam because it's a word more applicable to the word. Federal Reserve is very specific to the United States, unless the question is talking about specifically something in the United States. Then I can see that. All right. Behavioral finance, friends. I don't think you're going to get any question on behavioral finance and equity because I think you're going to get it in portfolio management because, again, you're going to have to know behavioral finance there. Okay, so we're going to show those behavioral finance when you get to portfolio management. Let's conclude equity and go to fixed income. Okay, so equity, okay, industry analysis. So look, imagine we're doing a top-down approach. I select the country where I want to invest. Now I'm going to select the industry where I'm going to invest in that country. What is the best industry in that country? The ones that has more prospect of growth or is according to my IPS. So you need to understand the company environment, identify the opportunities, right? And do a sector allocation to identify what is the best sectors or the best industries, okay? So you can see, can check the sensitivity of those companies towards the business cycle, which is important, right? Let's say we approach into a recession. Which companies are going to be more sensitive to a recession? I'm not going to invest on that company. Maybe the stock value is going to go down. Maybe I'm going to invest in that company. Maybe I'm going to do a short sale. So again, you're looking for the how this company responds to the business cycle for you to be able to do the correct strategy. That's industry analysis. Okay. The official material gives you a list of classifications. So again, try to see what is a consumer discretionary. It's a vehicle. Be careful. Consumer discretionary is a vehicle. Consumer staple is a supermarket. Right? Energy company. It's exploration, production, and refining. Now, the energy provider is a utility category. So be careful with those categories. I don't know if this would be a question or not, but if there is, I think they would get you on those this little ones here. And I still think it will not, because I don't believe that this is my opinion. I don't think the CFA exam is an exam that's tricky. I don't think that's an exam that's unfair. It's actually quite the opposite. I believe it's a very fair exam. It's an exam that if you study and you're prepared, you will pass. Another topic that's important to mention, but you will see more on level 2, is the Porter 5 forces analysis of industry. So then if I'm checking an industry, I want to see what is the bargain of the buyers towards that industry. Because if the buyers have bargain power, I mean, they can negotiate the price, they can lower their price. Bargain of suppliers, the suppliers can actually increase their costs if they have bargain power. Right? And this is not good for me. If I'm long the stock, I don't want to buy stock on a company that is subjected to buyers and suppliers' influence. That's not going to be good for the company to grow or create their own price strategy, right? It's limited. Threat to new entrants and threat to substitution. I also don't want to say if I want to go long into a stock, I don't want that stock to have too much threats because that could lower the growth And rivalry also. If the companies in that industry, that sector, is too much rivalry there, that could affect the growth prospects. Take a look on the industry life cycle. We could have a question here. What is an embryonic stage? The growth, shakeout, maturity, and decline. So embryonic, slow growth, high prices. Growth, high demand, high profit, low competition. That's the best part. Shakeout, slow growth, competition. That starts shaking up things. The profit is going to go down. Maturity, there's no growth. Market consolidated, you're already there. Think about like Coca-Cola, for example. All right. Decline, negative growth, excess capacity, more competition, because now the company is kind of like, the industry is kind of like, talking about industry here, not companies. So I'm going to remove the example Coca-Cola that I gave you for maturity. A mature industry, right? That's what we're talking about here, not a mature company. Right? Right. And decline, right? Which kind of industries will disappear, right? Or already disappear, right? If you consider VCRs as an industry separate, right? The industry of the VCR, goodbye. No? Nobody buys VCRs anymore. Right. So negative growth, excess capacity, competition. When I say competition, is for different products, not for a different industry. Excuse me, not for the same industry. Okay. You can see, for example, the industries, right? You have retail industry now competing with non-retail industries, right? They offer some kind of retail opportunity. So the model of the retail industries are pretty much going away, right? I would not, at least that's an opinion here, I would not invest in companies that rely too much in physical stores. That model is kind of like becoming obsolete. That's one of the reasons why business models is important component of the CFA exam, the types of business, because you as a financial analyst need to know that business has a future, doesn't have a future, that industry has a future, doesn't have a future. All right, so that's approaching to the last one, valuation. So remember, you have discounted methods to valuation. Take all the future benefits, could be cash flow, could be dividends, and discount to the present, and that's the fair value of that asset today. That's called discount models. You have the multiple models, which are the models of the market. So it's a comparison. Take a look on those models, price multiples, and see how your company's performance, do evaluation that way. Enterprise value, it's a type of market multiple, but it's a way to see the value of the whole company using the market value of the debt and the market value of the equity. So try to understand enterprise value. Look, I'll give you a quick understanding here. Look, remember this equation, okay? Look at that. A plus equal L plus E. Now, assets equal liabilities plus equity. Okay, think about that. Now, what is the enterprise value? Look, what is the value of the company? Look, would you agree with me that the market value of all the assets minus the market value of the liability should give me the market value of the company, right? Or take all the assets of that company, take it all the assets, right? The market value of the assets of that company. That's the total value of the company, let's say, in a way. Now, it's difficult in real life to get the value of the assets, the market value. Can you imagine the market value of the Coca-Cola brand? What is the market value of intangible assets? Difficult. So what is a good way to do, an easier way to calculate that value? We use the enterprise value, which is backwards. Instead of finding the market value of the assets, we're not going to do that. We're going to find the market value of the liability, and the market value of the equity. And we're going to add those two. Market value liability, that's the bonds. How much debt the company has. What is the market value of the debt today? That's easy to get. What is the market value of the equity? Well, take the number of shares, multiply by the market price. Boom. I have this. Those two is the market value of the assets. But now think with me. Imagine that you want to buy a storage and it's locked. You have no idea what's inside that locker. And then the person that sold the locker said, the market value of the liability of the locker is 10, and the market value of the equity of the locker that's locked, it's 40. Okay, give me 50. All right, then you pay 50 for that locker. Then you open that locker. You have no idea what's inside. You open, and then you know what you found there? You found $10 in there, in cash. It's yours. So how much did you pay for that company, for that locker? You pay your 50 minus the $10 that you found inside. So in reality, you pay $40. That's the concept of enterprise value, friends. I'll take the market value of the liability, I'll take the market value of the equity, and then I subtract the cash and cash equivalents that the company has. Cash and equivalents that the company has. If I do that, I have my enterprise value. Let's see, there's a question here. What is the difference to book value? Book value is the accounting value. So the book value is what you see on the accounting numbers, on the financial statement. It's different than the market value, right? The market value of the liability, it's not what you see on the balance sheet. The market value of the equity, it's not even close to the value of the equity that you see on the balance sheet. So book value, it's accounting number. And enterprise value takes the market approach. That could be also a question on that regard. All right, asset-based valuation models. Just think when which scenario could you actually do an asset-based valuation to find the value of the company, or in which scenario you shouldn't. So the scenario of the intangible assets, you should not. There's too much intangible assets. You cannot use the asset-based valuation method because I don't know. It's going to be very difficult to find out the true value of the intangibles. On level 2, you're going to learn one method called the excess earnings method. It's not level 1, it's level 2, excess earnings method. That method of valuation, it's applicable for companies that have intangible assets, but asset-based valuation, it's not. All right, friends, that's it for equity. I'm gonna go fixed income, derivatives, alternative investments, and portfolio management, and we conclude this review. All right, fixed income. Parentheses. I think you guys are so lucky that you're doing your exam in 2023 for fixed income, because fixed income starting 2024, brutal. I mean, the number of too many readings. Okay, there's small readings compared with those, but there's a lot of things to focus on fixed income starting next year. Okay, so this one, 2023 is still on the light aspect of the fixed income, in my opinion. All right, let's see. Learning module 1 and 2 is the fixed income elements in market. So what the types of fixed income instruments and where fixed incomes are traded. 3 and 4, in my opinion, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those are the most important modules of fixed income. And 3, 4, and 5, fixed income valuation, asset-backed securities, and risk and return, in my opinion, the most important. Credit analysis also, you'll see questions. I don't know how much of fixed income elements and market, okay? Well, let's see. So, get comfortable with some vocabulary. What is the face value, par value, YTM, coupon rate, coupon payment, maturity, on the run? What is the tenor of a bond? What is the time that's left? What is a zero discount bond, a vanilla, a floater, an inverse floater? Float, the one that's changed. The payment inverse is instead of increase and decrease. What's the London interbank offering rate and the respective ones for each other country? What's covenants of a bond? Credit enhancements, right? Covenant and credit enhancements, things that you add on the indenture, which is the document that we sign when we issue the bond and the person that purchased. If there are covenants and credit enhancement, that's to make easier for the person to lend money, not the person, the investor, to buy the bond. Debentures is the bond that has no collateral or just the promise. There's no promise whatsoever. It's just you just trust on the company. Bermuda options, American option, and European option, they shouldn't even be here because they're not fixed incomes. Right, they're options. Internal credit enhancements. Example, subordination. What is a subordination? Is the senior, mezzanine, junior. Senior pays first. In the event of a bankruptcy, you have some orders. Who pays? So that's an enhancement, right? That's an internal enhancement. Subordination. Over collateralization is just like, okay, I'm issuing this bond, but if I don't pay you, you can take the building. Right? That's more or less an example of over collateralization. External credit enhancement, think about a bank guarantee, a government guaranteed letter of credit, something like, say, hey, if this company doesn't pay, I'll pay. Don't worry. That's called like an external credit enhancement. Right? That's the co-signer of a loan. Let's be comfortable with the types of bonds. So we have Euro bonds and foreign bonds and sovereign bonds. Cuidado, be careful with the difference. Euro bond and foreign bond especially. An Euro bond, the key word for an Euro bond is an international finance agency behind the issuance. So Euro bonds are cheaper to issue. Now, if you want to sell, let's say you want to raise money in the United States of America, but you are from South Africa, right? The company can issue an Euro bond, much less costly than issuing a foreign bond. Okay, a foreign bond also has more scrutiny. There's more things to show, and a Euro bond is a little bit easier, right? The paperwork, let's say, the red tape, in this case. Sovereign bond is the bond issued by a country, not by a company, like a Euro bond. Some examples of foreign bonds, we have Yankee bonds, Samurai bonds, and Bulldog bonds, but I believe those names eventually will disappear, because the market is also becoming a little bit, politically correct. And I believe that, I don't know, I haven't heard anything, but I think that's the natural tendency is to eliminate those names here, okay? But just to give you an idea. What is a Yankee bond? A US dollar bond, but issued and sold to non-American borrowers. Samurai bond is the same, but it's for the Japanese. Bulldog is for the UK. The topic finished with convertible bonds. So make sure you understand what is a convertible bond, what is the conversion price, what is the conversion ratio, what is the value of conversion, and what is the premium of a conversion. Could be a question. I think this is going to be way more level 2. So if you do a good job now, makes it easier for your level 2, but I don't believe that could be a question on your exam level 1 yet on this. Good. Learner mod 2, I'm going to go very quick because, again, I have to do it for the sake of the time and also my judgment that will not be many questions on that on your exam. So where the bonds or the fixed income trade? Well, in the bond market, right? So you have the markets will be divided according to the credit quality, maturity, the currency, the type of the coupon, if it's a step, if it's a fixed coupon, float coupon, place so the bonds are issued and trade, right? We have the exchanges, right? You have the bond market, right? And you have the indexes or indices, right? Bloomberg Barclays Global Aggregate Bond Index, very famous index or for bonds, so on and so forth. So again, what level questions on level this learning module 2 will be in your exam? I don't know. Okay, I found that a little bit difficult. Comment. Make sure you know what are the short-term instruments available out there. Zero coupon bonds, bills, commercial paper and repo agreements, especially commercial paper and repo agreements. Make sure that you know what it is. Commercial paper, short-term loans, low interest. Usually companies use it to buy inventory. Repo agreements, right? It's a loan, but with the would you give a collateral, but you go back and eventually and repurchase, right? Repossess that asset that you gave for the loan. Okay. Structured financial instruments, we're going to have an entire module just for that. That one, I think it's going to be important. Friends, learning module 3, definitely pay attention, make sure you're comfortable, because this one is candidate for questions in the exam. How to price bonds? Well, price, logically, you take the benefits, which are the payments the bond's going to give, and you discount each payment to the present to get the price. That's the price of a bond. Now, discount by which rate? Okay, you're going to discount by the spot rate, 1 by 1, in this case here, it's a 5% bond, 3 years, face value of 100. Look at that. $5, $5, 100 plus $5. Year 1, year 2, year 3. Or year 1, a discount by the spot rate of year 1. Year 2 for the spot rate of year 2. Year 3, spot rate of year 3, right there. Okay. So, give me the value of the bond, 102.96. Then what? Then we're going to do the reverse process. We're going to take the price with the spot rates, and now we're going to calculate an average rate that makes those 3 cash flows to be equal to the market price. And that's one is called the yield to maturity. So the yield to maturity, the YTM, it's an average, weighted average of the spot rates. You see the YTM here is 3.9. It's right in between 2 and 4, but much closer to 4 than to 2. Well, it's because the cash flow of the year 3, which has the spot rate of 4%, is the larger cash flow. So pushing the weight of the 4% discount rate higher. So the YTM is close there. But if it was a 30-year bond, 50-year bond, then you could see that the YTM will be more or less the average of those spot rates. Okay. And the forward rate, okay, is going to be very, very critical in level 2 more than level 1. But the forward rate follows this logic here that I'm going to highlight it. Just that one that I'm highlighting there for you. Okay. Look at that one there. Let's see here. Let's put in more perfect. So look at that. 1 plus S1 times 1 plus forward rate equals 1 plus S2 at power of 2. What the heck is that? Well, look. 1 plus the spot rate of year 1 multiplied by the respective 1 plus forward rate equals the 1 plus the spot rate of year 2. What? If it's year 2, I had to put the power of 2. Don't think this will be critical for level 1. I think this is going to be super critical for level 2. Finding the forward rate. Given the spot rate, find the forward rate. This is going to be more level. It is present on level 1 material, but I believe it's going to be more questions applicable for level 2. So the most important here is going from spot rates to the YTM. Okay, that one you need to be comfortable doing. Take a look on matrix pricing. Matrix pricing, I think you need to know more is the definition. The matrix pricing is using comparative pricing to find the price of a bond that you don't see in the market. Okay, so in this case, I have a 4-year, 4.5 coupon, illiquid, means I don't find the price in the market. Then I use 2 comparative bonds to find the average YTM of those 2 bonds. And then with the average YTM, I price the other bond. That's called matrix pricing. Take a look how this is done. I just put here an example of how to price a float note, but don't worry about the float note. Just take a look. That's exactly the same logic. On the top, it's a variable interest times the face value divided by the frequency. So imagine here, LIBOR plus 1 times the face value divided by 2, because every 6 months. And down below, LIBOR plus something divided by 2 is the discount factor. So I'm discounting each coupon payment, respectively, to get the floater price. I don't think this will be in your exam. I just want to put here just to kind of like complement. This could be something that you need to know when we're going to talk about duration. So forward rate, spot rate, par curve rate. Remember, the par curve, then the spot curve, then the forward curve in that order. If the market is up, if the curve could be inverted like this one, then this order changes. Okay, so in an inverted market, when the short-term rates are higher than the long-term rates, then this changes. Okay, otherwise it's going to be that way. Okay, the forward always on top of the spot, always on top of the par curve. Take a look on spreads. Just take a look. What is a G spread? What is the I spread, Z spread, and the option adjusted spread? Just remember what it is, the definition of each one of those spreads. All right. Learning module 4 is the asset-backed securities. Let me explain to you a little bit what asset-backed securities are. So imagine here you have a lot of loans in banks, risky loans, safe loans, mid-term, mid-risk loans, whatever. Okay, this is on the branch. Someone borrowed to buy a house. All right. Now what happened? Imagine a special purpose entity goes here and buys all those loans. What happened? After that, is going to channel all those payments to a pool. There you go. So the loan, one person, a couple in Nebraska bought a home. It's going to bank, it's going to pay on the local credit union. But the local credit union sold that loan to the pool. So what happened is when the couple made the payment, the credit union does not receive the money comes to the pool. And it's the same with that couple, right? In Virginia, that couple in New Hampshire, the other couple in Oregon, or that person, single person in Chicago, they bought the apartment, whatever it is, they're all making their payments, all the money goes here. And then what? Then that special purpose vehicle is going to channel those payments in a different way. So it's going to take all the safe payments, right? The safe payments here, right here, those two, loan 3, loan 2, and loan 4 are safe payments. Okay, so they're safe payments. I'm going to create ABS 1, which is a safe ABS. It only takes payments of people that will not default. But I could take in the pool and just select the risky ones. In the risky ones, I can create ABS 4, asset-backed securities, generic name. It could be a mortgage-backed security. It could be a credit card, debt security. It could be a auto loan security. ABS is generic. So any loans, go to the pool, take the loans that are safe, take the loans that are risky, take the loans that are not, and create those instruments. Now sell the instrument. This instrument is safe, pays low risk, pays low interest, excuse me. This investment here is risky. It pays high interest. And there you go. And that's asset-backed security. They're backed by a pool of assets. If that pool gets empty, those ABS stop paying, and then you're going to have that crisis of 2008 all over again if this happens in large scale. But that's the idea. All right, friends. So that definition, what is the benefits? Well, the benefits is that you can create instruments with different risks, nice spectrums. What is the role of this special purpose entity? I just explained to you. You know, the types. Residential mortgage, right, which is the MBS, residential. What is the difference between residential and commercial mortgage securities? Residential mortgage securities have prepayment risk. Commercial mortgages do not have prepayment risk. What is the problem with prepayment risk? Is this, the pool will get dry. If everybody start paying their loans, there's no more monthly payments going to the pool. And then there's no more ABS paying the investors. That's the problem with prepayment. This is called time risk, okay? All right. How do you create ways to minimize the time risk, the prepayment risk? You create tranches called PACs, called plan amortization classes. That could be a question in your exam about the plan amortization class. It's a way to reduce the risk for prepayment. So if I put tranche A all the way in the top and tranche D, called the support tranche, that means if the pool starts getting empty, then ABS 1 is still safe, is the last ABS, is the support tranche that I will stop paying. I'm going to stop paying, okay? This one. So that's the idea. That's why the support tranche gets 7.8% interest, and the tranche A, the secure, gets less interest. That's it. There's a question here. I lost this part. Why there is a prepayment risk in CMBS and not in RMBS? Let's see. Look. Oh, I think I froze. Just a second. Okay, let me see here. Right. Let's see. I think now I am okay. Okay. Something going on with my view. Not yet fixed. Okay, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Ok, friends, eu acho que agora deu certo. Eu já estou voltando, então, no ponto que eu parei. Já estamos quase terminando aqui, tá? Realmente eu estou com um probleminha na câmera. Vai ter que ir, então, sem câmera. Vamos lá, vamos terminar e concluir isso. Então, voltando a... sorry. Ok. Então, sorry for the interruption. Let's continue here. I'm almost done with all the... with the revision of the material. So again, think with me here very carefully, okay? If I want to avoid prepayment risk on my ABS, I can create tranches, categories, okay? And the highest category is going to be the most protected, and the lowest one is going to be the most vulnerable, but the most vulnerable will get more interest to compensate for that. That's the idea. This is called structuring. So you can minimize the risk of those asset-backed securities. All right. So here I put commercial mortgage securities. There's no prepayment risk. Okay, you can assume that for the exam. Memorize. There's no prepayment risk on the commercial mortgage-backed securities. Therefore, we don't need to do that if my pool has only commercial backed securities, commercial mortgage-backed securities. All right. Or other types, there could be a question is that besides mortgage, you can have auto loans and you can have credit card loans. Use it to create ABSs. So there you go. And that's the collateralized mortgage obligations, so called CMO, and a CDO. What are they? Those are obligations. They are structured as well. So if I create a structure, so if this one stop paying, then this one doesn't get affected. But if this one stop paying, this one doesn't get affected, and so on and so forth. That's a structurization. This is called collateralized obligation. Okay, just remember that. All right. And finishing fixed income. Okay, I want to talk about bond risk and return, especially risk. When we talk about risk, talk about duration. And we talk about three types of duration. We have Macaulay duration, we have modified duration, effective duration, and key rate duration are the types of duration. Macaulay duration is going to be big on level 3, so I wouldn't worry about Macaulay duration now. Modified and effective duration, the formula is pretty much the same. Key rate duration, again, is going to be big on level 2. So just trying to understand for level 1 which those durations measure. Macaulay duration is the only duration, pay attention, only duration that measures in time. So 7 years, 3 years, 3.5 years. So Macaulay duration is a measurement on time. Modified duration, effective duration, and key rate duration, they measure a sensitivity. How much a portfolio or how much a bond is going to gain or lose value if the interest rate changed by this much. Okay, be careful. Macaulay duration tells you that if you buy a 10-year bond, the best time to hold this bond to minimize the risks of this bond is 7 years. So in that case, the Macaulay duration is 7. The Macaulay duration will be equal to 7. Okay, so Macaulay duration is the only duration, the only type of duration that's that will not hold on a sec. There will not be measuring sensitivity. Vinicius, you have a question? Let's see. I'm not sharing the view. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Again. Okay. This is all because of that little disruption that happens, but I'm going to do it again. Sorry about that. Good. All right. Thank you. Go back. No problem. Let's go. All right. So friends, I was talking about risk. I'm going to recap a little bit what I said. This is a very important module. Don't underestimate. Bond duration is going to follow you all the way to level 3. Definitely. Promise. It's a promise. Because I know the material that's coming on next exams. So be careful here. Do a good job understanding duration. Okay. I was here with showing you 4 types of duration. Macaulay duration, which I said is going to be big on level 3, is the best time to hold the bond. Time. Bought a bond for 10 years. Macaulay says 7 years. So in year 7, you should sell the bond. Think about that. Modified duration, effective duration, and key rate duration. You need to know what they measure and how they measure. So they all measure a sensitivity to the price of the bond in relation to the change in interest rate. So those 3 are very, very easy to understand the intuition behind. This one here is a little bit complex. Okay, this one here, it's a little bit more, a little tricky, let's say. Okay, to get that. All right. The formula for the modified duration and the effective duration, which you might have to be, I think you should memorize. I think you definitely should memorize, because if you don't use it on level 1, you might use it on level 2. Just notice that the formula is the same. Down here is the change in yield. Sorry, here. And here's the change on the yield curve. But that's measuring percentage. So just take the percentage change given on the problem and replace it here. But modified duration could be obtained as Macaulay duration divided by 1 plus the yield to maturity. But that's, I just put this formula here just in case. All right. Some points about callable bonds and puttable bonds. Callable bonds are the bonds that will be called if the interest rates are low. And puttable bonds are the bonds that are going to be given back to the issuer if the interest rates start increasing. Well, if the interest rates start increasing, the bond lose value, and I have a put option on that bond, I'll give back the bond for a predetermined price. If the interest rates are very low and I issue the bond, I recall that bond, right? I call that bond, take from the hands of the investor. So here, a couple of things. Which bond should be more expensive in your opinion? The callable bond or the puttable bond? Answer, the callable bond should be more expensive. Why? Because you have to pay the callable bond, the callable bond should be the cheapest. The puttable bond should be more expensive. The puttable bond, you pay for an advantage. You pay for the fact that if the bond goes down in value, I'll get rid of it. Guaranteed. I have that option. I'll pay for it. Now, if the bond is callable, that option is not good for me, the investor. It's good for the issuer. So if the issuer is going to take the bond from your hands, you just accept it with one condition. Say, give me a discount on the value of the bond. So that's why the callable bonds are cheaper than puttable bonds, because puttable bonds is in your benefit, so you pay for it. You pay a little bit more for it. Callable bond is against you, the investor, so you have to pay a little bit less. Or if you think in terms of bond, callable bonds pays more interest, right? YTM is higher than the YTM, the yield to maturity of the puttable bond. It's important at level 1 to understand this, because this is going to go back to level 2 in more intensity, okay? So I'm just going to mention convexity of a bond, okay? The formula of the convexity are here, but I believe the convexity formulas are more applicable for level 2. Convexity is this here. Take a look. Take a look at this shape of this curve here going down, right? You have 2 shapes like that. The one below is called non-puttable bond, called normal bond, a bond that has no option. and then a bond up here that has options. I want you to notice that both bonds does not follow a straight line like this. You see, they don't go down or up like a straight line. They go up and down in value in a more curvy line. That curvy, look at it, this point here that kind of go that way, right? When the straight line is going down, this is called convexity. This is the convexity of a bond. When you push the change in price is not linear. There's a little point on top here and below here that will push the bond in a different direction. That's called convexity. And because convexity exists, when you're pricing the bond value, you need to include the convexity on the calculation, okay? This is called the adjustment for convexity. All right, last one, credit analysis. Credit analysis, friends, okay? I would say take a look on the theoretical, not the conceptual portion of this learning module. The credit risk, what is credit risk? The components of the credit risk, okay, what's called default probability. What is the probability that the issuer is going to stop paying you? And what is the severity of the loss that you're going to get? They might get a question, conceptual question, what is the definition of credit risk or the components of credit risk, okay? Credit risk could be credit risk, market, the risks involved, credit, market, interest, liquidity, downgrade, spread. But the credit risk is the one when you don't get paid what you're supposed to get paid, okay? It's a third party. What else? How do you fix or do you control credit or you do a credit analysis? You usually do a ratio analysis or we call the 4 C's credit analysis. You might have a question on that 4 C's. I don't know. All right, moving on. Derivatives, forward commitments, contingent claim, and alternative investments. Actually, alternative investments, I'm just going to do together here. Okay, so derivatives and alternative investments. What is a forward commitment? It's a future contract and a forward contract in a swap. Swaps are series of forward contracts. What is a contingent claim? It's an option. What's an alternative investment? Anything that's not a forward commitment or a option. It's not equity and it's not fixed income. It's an alternative. Okay, that's what it is. That's it. Make sure you understand the categories, like I mentioned. Okay. The benefits of derivatives. Derivatives reduce, increase diversification. Right? It allows you to participate in both sides of the market at the same time. So derivatives are important. They have pros and cons. Okay. Make sure you know, not calculation, but make sure you know how to explain, how to calculate the price of a future contract. So the price of a future contract is the price predicted by a model minus a convenience yield plus a storage cost. Think very carefully. That's simple. If you have if I sign a future contract to buy something a year from now, what happened is the item is mine. I just didn't pay yet, but it's mine. And someone else is taking care of that for me for a year. That person that's taking care of the item for me will have storage cost. If it does, I have to pay for. But that person could get a convenience in having the asset that's mine in their hands. For example, imagine that you buy gold. Right? 1 year from now, I'm going to buy 1 pound of gold. Right? I already committed today. The gold is mine. I just didn't pick it up. So I'll pay you for any storage cost you have to hold that gold for a year, but you're going to have to pay me back any convenience that you have making money on that gold while you're not giving to me the next year. So I could take that gold and use it as a collateral. I could use to make more money, something like that. Well, that, okay, is a convenience. In that one, it's not theirs. It's the person that signed the contract that will pay a year from now. So think with me. Whatever is the price, plus the storage cost minus a convenience yield is the price of a future contract. What is the carry model price? Very simple. Carry model price says the price of anything today times 1 plus the risk-free is the future price. So the future price of any derivative any future commitment, it's the price today times 1 plus the risk-free. So the price today times the risk-free rate minus the convenience yield plus the storage cost equals the price of a future or forward contract. That's it. This one might be helpful to memorize. If I have the asset and I short a future contract, how much money do I get on that investment? The risk-free rate. Memorize the first one, and then the other ones you just flip around. Take the long asset, leave it here. Take the short derivative, put on the other side. It becomes, look, short becomes long after the equal sign. The long becomes short. Take the asset is long here. Throw on the other side short. The short derivative stays there, and the long risk-free rate becomes short free rate. So you can just understand the first one, and then the other ones you can do by moving around. The first one is easy to understand. Take a look. Let's say I have a stock, okay? The stock value is 100, okay? That's the stock value. Now, what is the future value of that stock? Well, the future value is that stock times the risk-free rate. Let's say the risk-free rate is 5%. And that says for a year. So look at that. The price of the future contract, forward contract, is going to be 105. Take a look. And the asset is 100. So look at that, friends. Okay. So if I have the asset and I short the derivative, okay, there you go, minus 105. Okay. There we go. How much do I get in the end? So look at that. Let me do differently here. If you have the assets 100, I sold the asset, right, via a forward contract. So I sold for 105, something that cost 100. How much money did I make? I make $5. What is $5? Is exactly the risk-free rate. So long the asset, short the derivative, you earn the risk-free rate. If you understand that, then the other ones you can do by definition. All right. Let's see here. A couple of things. The value of any forward commitments at initiation is zero. Value, it's zero. So the party that's going to pay and the party that's agreeing to sell are happy with the amounts. That's why the value is zero. No one is winning. Neither party is making more money than the other. They make exactly the value that's correct. Value is zero. All right. I want you to kind of review what's a forward rate agreement. What is a 3x9? What is a 3x6? What is a 1x7? Pay attention. Forward rate agreement. I want to borrow money. I want to borrow money and lock the rate today. So let's say I lock the rate today for 3%. Okay, 3%, it's my rate, right? So what happened? If I get a 3x6 or 3x9, look at that, 3x9, what does it mean? Pay attention because you need to understand, because if you understand what it means, it makes it easy later on to kind of like answer questions related to FRA, forward rate agreement. A 3x9 FAR. In 3 periods, I will start a loan that will finish in period 9. So in other words, in 3 periods, each period is in 1 month. So in 3 months, I will borrow money for 6 more months and we'll finish at time 9. That's what a FRA is. For the first number indicates when you're going to start your loan. And the difference between the second and the first number is the time of the loan. So that's a FRA. So if I agree today on a 3x9 at 3%, what happened 3 months from now when I arrive at that point? Your FRA expires. If I have that. Now, your FRA will expire. If FRA expire, you have to start making that loan. But now pay attention how this works. If I lock 3% and the value of the loan, right? The interest rate at that day that expire my contract, it's 5%. Then I want 2%. I locked a lower rate than it was at that point. So all I do is I receive that money. I receive that 2%, present value of that 2% that day. That's how a FRA works. So you commit, it's like commitment to borrow in the future for a predetermined rate today. I arrive in the future, the rate is higher, I make the difference. I put the difference in my pocket right away. I don't need to make a loan. That's the idea. That's a FRA. Level 2, you're going to have to calculate the value of the FRA. But level 1, you need to explain what is a FRA. Friend, let's go to options, okay? Price and valuation of options. I want you to really remember what is an OTM, ATM, and ITM option. Out of the money, at the money, in the money, okay? So out of the money options are cheap. In the money options are very expensive, okay? Because they can be exercised. A probability. Put call parity and put call forward parity. Please don't arrive in the exam not knowing. Put call parity, S plus P equals C plus X, present value of X. Look, I know it's not friendly the way that's written here, but it's logical. Look, if I have the stock and I have the put, is exactly the same as having the call option and the amount of money that I will need in the future. What do I need in the future? Well, if I have a call option, I'm going to need to buy the stock in the future. If it's in the money, that money comes from that bond. So if I put together call option and money, it's exactly as a put option plus the stock. That's the notion of the put call parity. Questions will be, what is the value of a put option using the put call parity? Then you have to isolate the P and throw the S to the other side and calculate. Okay. All right. If you replace the S0, okay, with a future or a forward contract, then what is the price? What is the value of a forward contract? Right? The forward contract we saw in the future is S0 times 1 plus R. Think with me here. S0 times 1 plus R. That's the future price. So what is the present value of the future contract? Oh, the present value is the FT divided by 1 plus R. 1 plus R, R. Okay, that's equal to S0. Take a look what I just did. I took the 1 plus R that was multiplying here and I divided. Right? Because this is equal. Look, if this equal to that, then this is equal. Now, friends, take this S0 and replace it for this. And what you have is this guy here. FT divided by 1 plus R, which is exactly as the value of S0, plus P0 equals C0. There you go. So there you go. The put call parity and the put call forward parity is exactly the same logic, same thing. I'm just replacing the stock price today for the future price of the stock. That's all. Finally, in options, I predict you're going to get a binomial question on your exam. So what is the binomial question? Look at that. Let's say the stock is $100 today. The stock can go to 150 or the stock can go to 75 or 70. There you go. 65% probably they're going to 150, 35% probably they're going to 70. All right. If I have a call option, strike price equals 120. What is the value of the call option? Okay, so we have to do this. Look, I exercise the option if the stock is above 120. So the question is, if the put call parity shows up in the exam, how the question would be? So I would say two ways. Look at like what happened. For example, what happened to the value of the put if the interest rate increase? Nothing else changed. So if the interest rate increase, it's on the denominator here. This portion after the equal sign goes down. What has to happen to the put value to keep this as an equation? The put value has to go down. That's one type of question. So the put value goes down if the interest rate go up. What happened to the value of the call option if the interest rate goes down? Well, the interest rate goes down, the call option has to go up to keep up this side without change. So that's one type of question. The other one would be, what is a synthetic, or what they give it like this: the call option, the market value, market price, the market price of the call equals $5 or 5. Then you're going to have to use the put call parity with the information on the problem to see if this is overvalued or undervalued, because the put call parity should give you the correct value of the call. And if the call value under the put call is 3, this is overvalued. So that's how I predict the questions will be on the put call parity on that level, or either find the overvalue, undervalue of a stock or a put or a call, or what happened if one of those change. All right. So let's go back here, friends. If I have a call option, strike price 120, how much money do I make here on year one if it expires on year one? You can see that I made $30. The stock is 150. I buy for 120, immediately sell in the market, I made $30. Boom. Oh, there you go. Wrong. There you go. $30. Now, if the stock is 70 and I have a strike price of 120, I will not exercise. The value is 0. All right. So I can make 30 or 0 with a 35% probability. So how much money can I make? Well, this times 0.65. I don't even need. There you go. Okay. Put there. I can do 30 times 65% chance of happening plus 0 times this. I don't even need to include. Perfect. 19.5. That's the value of the call option on year one. What is the value of the call option on year 0? I have to discount using the interest rate of 3%. So I have to do a discount. So when I arrive here, the value of the call option will be 19.5 divided by 1.03. Boom. So the fair value for this option is $18.93 today. You have a probability with 65% to cash for $30 later on. That's what it is. So that's how to use the binomial to get the call option or the put option today. Those two formulas that I put here, especially the one below, this pi or the p, 1 plus r minus d divided by 1 u minus d, it's to calculate that 65%, 35%, but this one is level 2. Level 2 is going to ask you to memorize those formulas. Level 1 is just for you to understand how to use the binomial. Friends, almost finishing here. Okay, I think 15 more minutes and I'll do it. I know I promised to be done half an hour ago, but I had that little unforeseen situation. So let's see. Alternative investments, pros and cons. So diversification, higher returns, new markets. Cons, illiquid, higher fees, regulation, not standard, like a future contract. What is the difference between a future contract and a forward contract? Well, similarities, they're both derivatives. Similarity, they're both commitments. Now, the difference is that a future contract has no counterparty risk because the future contract is standard, and you have the exchange behind you. So nobody will default on the payments. Forward contract, they have a huge problem with credit risk, not default risk. Right, the investments alternatives that you need. Hedge funds, private equity, real estate, commodities, I think it's small because commodities is more in derivatives. Infrastructure, okay? Yeah. Others, you have coins, art, stamps, even digital currency, cryptocurrency, right? All those NFTs and so on and so forth. All right. So what's important? Make sure you know the types of hedge funds. Make sure you know how to explain a hedge fund, on this case. What else? The types of events of the hedge funds, right? And how to make money on each one of them. Another thing about hedge funds is the calculation of fees. So make sure you go over some of the problems that has hedge fund fee calculations, like this example here, okay? Go over the example has watermark. What is a watermark? Let's say on year one, the fund was 100. Year one, the manager brought the fund to 110. On year two, they bought the fund to 90. On year three, bought the fund back to 105, okay? What is the watermark on this scenario? Is 110. 110 is the highest value that the fund has ever been in the past. That's the amount that has to go back to before the hedge fund manager makes extra incentive fees, okay? So that's the watermark problem. A hedge fund has some problems with bias, survivorship, and backfill bias. Make sure you know what's the difference. Survivorship, you just include the good ones and you exterminate, don't include it on your report the ones that are eliminated. That's not good. Backfill bias, right? You can actually put the best on top and the worst on the back. So you kind of give it a different sense of presentation of the returns. All right. The second one that's important here, right? One, we saw hedge funds, now we're seeing private equity. Private equity, the types of private equity, leverage buyout, venture capital, and distressed investing. Make sure you know how to explain each one. Okay? Some of the vocabulary that I found important for private equity, I put here. What is a capital call provision? What is the management fee and carried interest? What is a clawback provision? Waterfall provision, lockup provision, tag along, exit, and catch up. All of those could be a question on the hedge funds or private equity session on the alternative investment. Third one, real estate investments. Again, pros and cons, why real estate, why real hedge funds, and why private equity is present on my exam, right? That's the question you have to ask. So the pros and cons, like potential to provide inflation hedge. If you have a multifamily rental, you can increase the rent as the inflation increases. That's a good hedging against inflation. All right. Types of valuation for real estate. Comparable sales. So you take a look at the other real estates in the area, do an average. Income approach, see how much money that real estate property gives per month, per year, and then do a valuation on that. And the cost approach, if I want to buy one exactly like that today, how much would I pay? Cost approach. So those are the valuations of real estate. Commodities, very quickly, make sure you know what's a contango and backwardation. Contango is when you have to read this graph backwards. So imagine that you are here. There you go. You are here. And this is the future. So you're going that way like this. Or you're going down like this, or you're going up like that. So if you're here today, the spot price is 10, and the future price is 8, you are in backwardation. If the spot price is 10, future price is 15, you are in contango. Now, explain backwardation, explain contango. Why the price will be low? Why the price will be higher? Then I'll give an example. Storage costs. If there are storage costs, then there's most likely the future price is going to be in contango because the price of the future contract has to be higher for the storage costs. Now, when the future price will be in backwardation, when there's a lot of convenience yield. Remember, I explained up there a little bit before. Convenience yield means you are going to have a convenience and have the asset, so I'm going to pay less for the future contract. So usually the future contract goes in backwardation when there's too much convenience in holding the asset. So try to understand what is contango and what is backwardation. The ways to make money on a commodity is one good way is called the raw yield, price yield, and collateral yield. What is the raw yield? Raw yield only happens, memorize that for level 2, I guess. more than level 1. Row yield return only happens if the contract is in backwardation. Why? Because I can roll from an expensive to a cheaper, rolling the contract. Every time they roll the contract, I get myself in a cheaper contract, sell for more, buy for less. I'll make a row return, okay? On top of that, you can make a price return, that's buy low, sell high, or buy a difference. And you can have a collateral return because you have to put money on that account, right? Initial margin that will earn interest, and you can get that money as well. So row yield, price yield, and collateral yield are the ways to make money on commodity investments. Infrastructure, it's very big on 2024, okay? 2023 is still light, the topics of infrastructure, but the question is, why would you invest in infrastructure? What is an infrastructure investment? How can you make money? Why this is good? Who is going to be there, right? So think about like right now, the China, at least like 3 years, 4 years before the pandemic, China was trying to build or had the intention to build a canal in Nicaragua, to break a little piece of Nicaragua so you can go, the Atlantic and the Pacific oceans will communicate through a canal. And they would like to explore that canal for X number of years. United States explored the Panama Canal for almost 100 years. So let's say that that's the contract. So during 100 years after that project is done, right, the boats, the ships, everybody crossing will technically, theoretically have to pay a toll, toll fee, a fee or something to cross from one side to the other. And that's very expensive because you pay by the weight. I remember one time I was visiting the Panama Canal and I was watching a boat go through. And I remember not speaking with someone that was there. I don't know if it's true or not. I have to believe in the person. That boat paid $100,000 just to cross. Okay. So imagine now, $100,000 might be even a very, very small value, very, very cheap, right? So again, you can make very good money on infrastructure by investing with that company that's doing the infrastructure and then sharing that profit for X number of years. Very, very interesting. It's relative. Well, there are risks. There are risks. The risk of the country decided to take over and not honor that agreement, right? Several type of risks, but on the other hand, we're talking about here very, very profitable investments as well. All right. Others. Well, others, alternatives are others. All right. Private debt investment. That's now private debt investments is when you actually lending money, huh? Or like you have the money, you're not a bank, but you decided to kind of like make money by lending money. There you go. So it's good because characteristics. It's illiquid, higher yields because you can get it, right? Diversification, credit risk, customization. So those are the characteristics of private debt, which is another type of alternatives. Friends, I'm arriving to the last topic, which is portfolio management. There are 8 learning modules for portfolio management. Okay, 8. Okay, well, portfolio management overview. I'm gonna kind of like just give you a basic definition. Risk and return part 1 and 2, very important. Okay, so go over those topics here. Practice if I predict calculation questions on portfolio management, they will come from learning modules 2 and 3. The planning and construction portfolio is a relatively simple topic, okay, and it's going to be present on level 2. Behavioral bias is a new topic, not for this year, but it's a relatively new topic, and it's used to be only on level 3. Now it's on level 1 and 2, and it's kind of losing space on level 3, exam level 3. And here, there's not much I can do. You're going to have to memorize the behavioral bias listed in the topic, in the chapter. Risk management, it's how to follow the risk management framework. Tech analysis is understand the patterns, understand the charts, understand what they're saying. And then fintech is just an introduction to machine learning and the data, big data analysis, digital assets and things like that. Okay, so let's see. So portfolio overview, just focus on the steps on the portfolio management. Understand what's the planning, the execution, and the feedback. What happens on the planning? The investment policy statement is created. What will happen on the execution? The allocation is made. Feedback, the measurements, the rebalancing is done. Types of investors, always remember, there's not only an individual as an investor, but pensions, foundations, banks, endowments, trust funds, etc. A mutual fund may be a question. What is the difference between an open-end and a closed-end fund? Open-end, you don't buy on the exchange. Closed-end, you could buy in an exchange. Open-end, you have to buy. New shares could be issued at any time. Closed-end, no new shares are issued. You have to buy from someone. So there are some characteristics to go over here. Could be a question on the exam. All right. Risk and return. So here, very comfortable on the rate of returns. The average, geometric average, the money weighted that I explained already in QM, the time weighted. So that could be, instead of showing up on QM, could show up on portfolio management, a question about return calculation. Okay? All right. I don't know how much is important to memorize the formula of the portfolio of two risky assets, but that's the formula, okay? It's weight times standard deviation squared plus weight times standard deviation squared plus 2 times the weight of each one times the covariance of each one. I'll give you a tip if you want to memorize this formula. Try this, A plus B squared. This is from high school. A plus B squared. What is A plus B squared? Well, A plus B squared is A squared plus B squared plus 2AB. Remember that? Well, that's the premise for this. A squared is the first term squared plus the second plus. Look at the plus sign here. So this is the first term. W sigma 1 squared. Look at the second one. W sigma 2 squared plus 2 times AB covariance. So that's a good way, if you want, to memorize this formula here. What is this formula? To calculate the risk of a portfolio of 2 assets, given the weights and the correlations and the risk of each one. This could be important here for you to understand the difference between a capital asset line and a security market line. Capital asset line, it's the graph, it's a line that you have an infinite number of capital asset line because it depends on the investor. All the capital asset lines, you have a specific capital asset line called CML, capital market line. That's a very specific curve, which is this one here, that goes through the optimum portfolio. So if in the efficient frontier, which is this letter C here, kind of, right, this graph, you can get one portfolio that's the most efficient, risky one, and then you combine with the risk-free rate, you get a line called the capital market line, okay? So what is the difference between capital market line and the security market line? Capital market line measures the return against the standard deviation, which is a measure of total risk. It's a risk that's not diversified. SML, security market line, measures the same idea, but instead of standard deviation, it puts beta. What is the difference? Standard deviation, it's a total risk measure. Beta is a systematic risk measure. What is it? Is a portfolio that's diversified, or is a stock that's in the diversified portfolio, and therefore there's no what they call this unsystematic risk, which is the risk individual of each stock or each company. Only the market risk is present on the beta. Well, it's 2 different approaches. So security market line uses beta, and the capital asset line uses the standard deviation. Important to make that distinction, okay? All right, what they measure? Allocation, expected return, efficiency, the best stocks, risk and return associated. All right, so let's see. The capital allocation line, each investor has one, is based on indifference curves or allocation, individual allocation, and measures total risk. The capital market line is a special case of the capital asset line. It includes the optimum portfolio, and I don't know if this question will show up or not, the slope of the curve is the Sharpe ratio. What is the slope again? The slope, if you have the curve like that, is technically is the tangent of the angle that forms with the x-axis. But it's just like, how much that curve is kind of like more inclined or less inclined, more vertical or more horizontal, right? That's what the slope is. That slope on the capital asset line is the Sharpe ratio. And on the security market line is the beta. Excuse me, is the market premium, which is the slope. Let me put it here for you. So beta, or the CAPM, which is the formula for the SML, it's risk-free plus beta times premium, okay? Oh, what is the variable that changes, that keep changing? It's beta. Each company has a beta. The premium doesn't change. The premium is multiplying the independent variable. The premium is the slope, okay? Any number that multiply the x variable in an equation is the slope of that equation, the first degree equation. The premium is the market premium, by the way, okay? The market premium. How much more the market is paying times the beta plus the risk-free rate, it's the expected return according to the capital asset pricing model, okay? Now, you cannot arrive in the exam not knowing capital asset pricing model. Just that's a must, okay? All right. Now, we can go quick here. The portfolio basic planning constructions. So very quick here. What is the objectives? What is asset allocation? How do you do the investment selection in the monitor and rebalancing, okay? Those are the most important steps or components of the IPS process, okay? About risk, okay? So if your client has high willingness and ability to take risk, and they're both below average, then your client is a risk averse. You cannot identify or indicate investments that are risky, because that person cannot tolerate and that person doesn't have the ability to do so. Now, if their willingness is above, the personality is a risky personality above the average, that person has a lot of money and it could sustain a loss, so it's above risk ability, then recommend risk investment. And in the case it's a conflict, we need to do a resolution. If your willingness, which is the personality of your investor, is risk averse, but that person could tolerate losing a lot of money, you could show steps where the client could be a little bit more riskier on the investments, okay? Now, if the customer, the client, is a risk taker by nature, but doesn't have ability, he cannot afford to lose money on that investment, then you need to convince or guide or make sure that the client understands the scenario, the resolution. Any investment portfolio statement is going to have this RRLLTTU component: risk, return, liquidity, legal, time, taxes, and unique. Unique, an example is if your client wants only ESG investments. All right, there you go. 5 is behavioral bias. So behavioral bias, again, just try to do the best you can to understand the bias in the topic, because you have a large number of bias out there. First of all, make sure that you understand the difference between emotional bias and cognitive error. Both are behavioral bias. Behavior is one thing. Emotional, it's another thing. An emotional bias is intrinsic to each person. So you are, and you cannot lose it. So if you are overconfident, you are overconfident by nature. It's going to be hard to change you. If you have confirmation bias, it's going to be hard to change you. Anchoring and loss aversion and herding bias, all of those, okay, are emotional, and you don't lose it. Your client's not going to lose it. Your client might tolerate, but you'll not lose. So emotional bias will never be eliminated. Now, cognitive errors, yes, cognitive errors you could eliminate if you explain to the client exactly which problem each one it is, and the client will understand once you start showing numbers and information. Take a look. One is called the hindsight bias. What's a hindsight bias? It's the tendency to look after the facts, okay? After the facts, okay? The tendency to overestimate ability to have predict an outcome, which can lead to overconfidence and a failure to learn from the past mistakes. So the hindsight, you could mitigate that, explaining to the client and showing situations that this has happened and create losses. Availability bias is when the client or the customer just rely on immediately available information. It's an easy way to make this to disappear. It's showing a much larger set of information that kind of shows something different than the immediately available one. Representative bias is only looking for information that actually confirm, okay, which also can be eliminated by showing more information of different spectrums. Illusion of control. Illusion of control is believing that illusion of control is different, be careful, than loss aversion or overconfidence. Illusion of control, it's not emotional. Illusion of control, it's something you can lose. You just believe it because you don't understand correctly. Once you properly understand, you will not have that illusion of control anymore. Self-attribution bias, right, is attribute positive outcomes to your skills, okay? This is easy to confront. Just show opposite results and the person will lose that. Framing is how you present the information, okay? Status quo is just like, the tends to leave everything as it is, okay? So again, emotional bias, you don't eliminate. Cognitive errors, you eliminate. Emotional bias, you mitigate, you minimize, you find a consensus, okay? For the client to be able to invest correctly. Finally, friends, the last three topics. Risk management framework, understand what's the risk governance, which is like any other governance, but towards risk. Risk identification and measurement. How do you identify and how you measure, quantify the risk? What is the risk infrastructure? What is risk monitoring and risk mitigation? I think this is self-explanatory. How can you measure risk? Well, on level 2, you're going to have to do the calculation, but level 1, understand the methods to measure risk. So you can use beta, standard deviation. You can use this method here called value at risk, VAR. It's going to be big on level 2, okay? How can you modify the risk? Well, you can prevent, you can accept, or you can transfer. Prevent is not, I don't want that to happen at all. Accept, yeah. Well, if it happens, whatever. Transfer is, I'll find a way that it should transfer the risk. Perfect example of transfer risk. Insurance, credit default swaps, CDS, credit default swaps. You transfer the risk to someone else. Accepting the risk is just take it. Prevention is try to eliminate as much as possible. What is VAR? Because that's what level 1 needs to explain VAR. VAR, value at risk. Use the normal distribution. How? Take a look on this example. If the VAR of a bank is 3 million at 5%, what does it mean? It means that the minimum expected loss in 1 day with a 5% chances will be 3 million. That's the minimum. So what is the problem with this measurement? What is the limitation? Well, what is the maximum that we're going to lose in one day, right? That's just telling what is the minimum, but don't tell the maximum. It's a limitation. Okay? Other limitation is based on normal distribution, this calculation. So normal distribution could have some imperfections as well. Risk management, okay? That could be one or two questions. I don't believe that's going to, I don't predict it. It's going to be questions numerically. It's going to be more conceptual questions, okay? All right. And there you go. And let's see the last one. There you go. Technical analysis. Actually, it's not the last one. This is almost the last one. Tech analysis, I don't know much how I can help you here, right? I'm going to point up the possible questions that I believe you could get in the exam, but I don't know exactly how much. Huh? So let's see here. All right. Let's see. Tech analysis, friends. So let's see. All right. The technical analyst in behavioral finance. Question in the exam that could be, how behavioral finance affects technical analysis? Well, the technical analyst bets that behavioral finance will impact how the assets move, and they can take advantage on that. So behavioral finance, it's something that the technical analyst is expected to happen, okay? Now, I don't know how the question will be here. Maybe a very specific question about a chart. So read this chart. Read this candle chart here. So this is high price, open price, close price, low price. And if the candle is very long, the candle is small, right? That gives you all sorts. The candle is green. If the candle is red, it gives you all sorts of information, okay? So you have a lot of charts. You have the line charts, you have bar charts, and you have the most common one called the candlestick charts. Well, also understand the points of resistance and support. What does it mean? Resistance means that the stock's having a hard time to break in through that point. A support is that the stock's having a hard time going below that point, okay? And this could give you ideas or, excuse me, strategies to invest. Patterns, okay? So, for example, know the most common ones, like head and shoulders, double tops and bottoms, triangles. What do they mean? A head and shoulders, for example, like literally, like looks like a shoulder, then a head, then another shoulder. This is a bearish strategy, meaning that if you believe not that this is going to repeat in the past, a head and shoulders after the second shoulder, the stock would go down in value. Now that's a bearish position. An inverted head and shoulders, the opposite, could be a bullish position. All right. And technical indicators. Which technical indicators are there to help the technical analyst to do a trade? So mathematical calculations. You use moving average, the relative strength index. It shows overbought and oversold stocks during a particular day. And stochastic movement, which is a little bit beyond the scope of the CFA Institute. Let's see. Technical analysis in a top-down approach. How do you do it? Well, first, I want to just stress the top-down, bottom-up. Do the market, do the sector, do the stock, right? Now, what about a bottom-up approach? Then you go from the top to bottom, the bottom to the top, right? Start on the stock and then move up. So trends, okay? Right now you look at the patterns of that particular stock. Then resistance, support, identify the momentum, right? Identify buy and sell signals with the relative strength index, for example, okay? Identify cycles. So in other words, focus on the stock, focus on the graph of that stock to select, or the graphs, to select the best investment using technical analysis. That's the idea, okay? I had some practical questions here, but I am not going to do it. That's going to be for you, right? You can do it on your ecosystem, right? Just some of those here. And let's finish with FinTech, our last topic. What is FinTech? The importance and the advantage. That's very self-explanatory. I don't think you're going to have too much trouble here. Level 2 is a little bit heavier on that, but level 1, I think, is very light. It's most definitions. Let's see. Advantage and change of fintech. Advantage: efficient, lower cost, and accessibility. Obvious. Right? Efficient, can do the job of many people. Lower cost, it doesn't get a salary, doesn't get bonus, right? Doesn't have lunch break. Accessibility, right? It's easy to access, and it's getting more and more easier, more and more easy to do so. Now, risks: cybersecurity risks, right? Which risk of crashing of the system, regulatory compliance, that's present in almost every scenario, and the operational risk is, whoever is operating those machines. The book talks a little bit about robo advising, so make sure that you know what it is, right? What are the limitations of the robo advising, and why they're good? What are the pros and cons of robo advising? Big data, big data, it's big on starting 2024. They increase the volume of big data topic on level 1. Big data, it's a big, heavy topic on level 2. Okay, so I predicted the big data analysis has a tendency now to be in the exams. I don't know if it's going to be in yours or not, but could be a question about that. So what is big data? What do you do? What is the financial analyst needs to know? So big data, large volumes of structured and unstructured data that can be analyzed. So, but in other words, take all this information that's all over the place and throw it into a machine, teach the machine, and then the machine is going to select it and give some kind of information back to you. That's the idea. It's just to teach the machine how to work. You have 3 types of learning that you might need to know for level 1. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, in my opinion, the most testable, and reinforcement learning. Example, a linear regression model. Tell the model, using this linear regression model, find something on this data, find something related to this. Or you can use an unsupervised learning, where the machine starts learning by association. So, for example, you give several images of animals, and that the machine starts classifying according to the number of letters. In certainties. That's it. On level 2, you're going to have to remember all the algorithms for supervised learning, the algorithms for unsupervised learning, and the algorithms for reinforcement learning, because there's several. Finishing now. All the ledgers are verified and available in a universe where you can have an infinite number of transactions. That's more or less what blockchain technology is. Very well used for cryptocurrency, for smart contracts, for trade finance. So those are this is all in the book, right? All in the official. To use the distributed ledger technology. What is a smart contract? How a identity verification can be done using digital ledger technology, okay? And the supply chain. A, B, C, D, and E are transactions. Okay, so A is a transaction, B is a transaction, C is a transaction, D. Now, A and B could be a transaction. So if A is a person and B is another person, A buys from B, then we have an interaction of A and B. Boom, we interact A and B, create a box, we validate it, and then we put in here on this order. Then, if I want to validate it A, B, and C, and I keep validating, every time that one block is validated, it's added into this chain here. And this becomes an infinite large chain with all the information, every single transaction. Purchase. Tokenization, that's the new thing. It's creating assets with value in the base of virtual tokens or online tokens, right? It's the process of represent a unique asset in a digitalize your asset and sell it. Whoever has possession of the original, that's the one. Is the same as owning a original painting or sculpture in am done. There you go. Finish here. Okay. Good. All right. There you go, friends. You that stayed here, great. All right. Awesome. This means you're really committed to this exam. For the other ones, well, I hope you can watch this on the when it's pre-record, when it's posted actually on the YouTube channel. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna leave now. And if you have any questions, get in touch with me.